You can up and change it. I
Say it
wish.
again.
I have like a karmic debt number. Uh, too. Is
Oh
like
yeah,
I don't know what I
the soul
did
path
or what my
number.
parents did.
Oh,
Yeah,
Soul Path. That's what it was. Mhm.
somebody gave me a karmic debt number. I don't know what that's about. I got a bunch of hurdles I got to overcome apparently.
A karmic debt. Oh no, you need to get rid
Yeah,
of
yeah,
that.
that's a thing
You need to
too.
transmute that, transform that.
Yeah, man,
Oh no, no,
that's the
unless
thing.
it works like credit. You know what you can do? Transmute it. Like, oh yeah, that is good. I'm gonna make
Yes,
that my
that's
good.
what's crazy is that I could be paying for something my parents did. Like or
Oh,
something.
I'm
It's
gonna say
crazy.
no to hell. Hell no, we ain't doing that.
Yeah,
We're
like no,
gonna
you
cut
keep
that
the debt,
off.
man.
Cut, 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 cut.
I'm gonna get
Burn
your
that
this
off.
is yeah.
We need to do a generational circumcision. Okay, each generation, and that's what we
Exactly.
do.
Just
That's what we
cut
do.
out the
We,
loose skin, man.
yo,
You got
generational circumcision. Cut, 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 cut. But that's what we come as light workers, man. As people of light, that's what we get to do. All the traumatic stuff, and the more trauma, usually the more the blessing, the more the blessing.
that is absolutely true.
Yeah,
You
I
know,
read.
also
Mhm.
sense of humor, man. They got a good sense of humor. They probably been through some shit. I mean,
Yes, a good sense of
for
humor.
real. Been through
Yeah,
some shit. Make a laugh, man. That's the only way they made it through it. That's
yeah,
the only way I made it through it. Because
yeah.
if you don't, you gotta have some kind of outlet or something, right? Because if not, that's what turns you bitter and angry and like an asshole. Right? That's
That
that's the reason why it's people that don't deal with their traumas the ones that abuse everybody. Very
yeah.
simple.
Yeah.
You accept it. You either do something about it, but either way, you got to accept that it happened. And most people that don't, that's what they do. They either do the same exact thing that was done to them, and then don't even like they don't even realize it. They don't recognize it themselves. Like they're
I
just reciprocating what's done to them,
right.
and then it's such a weird thing. And I think this is just my opinion now, for educational and entertainment purposes only. I'm not no psychologist or nothing, even though I have studied probably enough to be
You
one.
are. You're your own
Yeah,
self
definitely. I just
psychologist
can't. I
of
don't
your own life.
legal. Anyway, yeah, yeah, that's it. Acceptance or not, because when you address it, you deal with it. If you don't address, you're never going to deal with a problem you're not aware of.
That I just said that earlier. Right? You don't
Yeah, it's
you
crazy.
don't know you have a lump in your body. You're not going to address it. Like
Yeah, it's like the same thing with like money and investments. People don't pay attention to their bank account. They don't pay attention to they don't do like I was actually talking with a guy last night. He had came over with another guy just for the studio stuff. You know, we just kind of got to talking about finance and stuff like that. He that's what I asked him. I was like, do you check your bank? I said, you probably don't check your bank account every day, do you? He was like, no. And I was like, that's the first thing I do. First thing I do when I wake up, fix my little coffee, do my little morning routine, and then I check the accounts. It's
right,
like the whole thing, right? Every day. I'm never
right,
not aware of the money. I
right,
round up expenses, round down income. So anything I got coming in, I'm a round down. And then anything that I got going out, expense wise, bill wise, whatever, I'm gonna round that shit up to the nearest hundred. So I'm
right,
gonna end up with a surplus just in that little action there.
right. We were just Steph and I were just talking about that earlier, and we were breaking down like doing shadow work and like sometimes like over giving your energy, and we were talking about how um like that's what happens when you're dealing with the enemy or even your lower version self. Like it's like sometimes we make promises to ourselves or to the enemy of the enemy, that the enemy already knows we're not going to be able to fulfill. We're just so your soul is the collateral, and that's why it's so amazing about how the Most High, well, Yeshua went down to the pits of hell, because and even the verse that says, even if you make your bed in hell, I'm there. Like that's so powerful. It's so powerful because to know that at any moment you can choose. You can choose to, like, being examined is always a vulnerable thing. Like when you go to the doctors, being examined can be very vulnerable and very uncomfortable. But that's the only way that that we find what needs to be addressed in
Exactly.
or undressed. You see, addressed but undressed. And what better place than to be undressed before the Most High, so that your wounds can be healed very quickly.
Yeah, that's right.
Can I
Or you
say
can
something?
feel it. Yes, ma'am.
Um, One of the things me and her were talking about also, and I love your practice of having that routine of checking your account so you know that your financial health is your responsibility. So you're checking that because you taking ownership over it, right? And so one of the things that in this process of shadow work and making sure you're checking in with yourself, the thing that I found on top of being having a sense of humor is learning how to self-soothe and nurture yourself and not
Mm.
outsourcing that to your family, friends, or even entertainment. And so, over the last 2 years for me, I really learned how to nurture myself, how to give myself encouragement, how to pep myself up and not externalize that because I think that's like a key skill most people don't have. And that's why they struggle with vulnerability and taking accountability because you don't know how to self-soothe. So when it is hard, right? Because getting up every day and checking your bank account when you sometimes know you're making mistakes is hard. And so when
Yeah.
it's hard, you have to know how to, okay, I know I made a mistake, but self-soothe, nurture yourself a little bit so you can handle it, take the shock of, okay, I'm facing my bad. Because, clearly you're not having as many bad choices, but for someone that is a little reckless with their spending, right? They know they ate a little bit too much out yesterday. They know they made some debits and some credits the day before that may be detrimental to their financial health or their even bill paying, right? So they don't face it because they don't want to deal with the reality. And so I think some of us, if we could just adopt habits where we could take the shock a little bit much, or we can at least nurture ourselves through a difficult situation, I think people would really start to take more ownership over different things in their life.
They would. A lot of people. Well, it's like anxiety. That's literally like as far as your body's concerned, the sensation, the feeling of anxiety is the sensation of danger, right? Of something that's like threatening, but there's no real danger, right? You
Hmm.
get a bill that's due money to pay it. You literally feel the exact same as if there's like some outside threat against your like
Hmm.
physical well-being. And so, like, it's crazy. Nobody wants to be scared like there's a predator trying to kill them, right? So it's real
Hmm.
easy to overlook that shit. Very easy to overlook it. And that's what everybody does. But I think if people would just kind of understand the body and the way it works, and understand that it runs on thermodynamics, understand that the brain is just a bunch of chemicals with some electric impulses operating. That's as far as the physical body is. That's it, in a nutshell. Your immune system is made from the biome in your gut, right? So whatever you're fucking eating is what literally causes you to be sick or not be sick. Um, like it's just simple bodily processes. And if you'll get your fucking mind and body together, what you're gonna do with diet and exercise, all that other shit fucking just falls in place. Literally, the money, the charisma, the confidence, all that shit's a byproduct. You're not going to get
Absolutely.
that without it. It's not a coincidence. Every celebrity is like doing some health routines, right? They're doing detoxes. That's not a coincidence.
Right.
That's what got them where they're at.
Right.
That's what got the pineal calcified and got them to thinking shit that they never thought before. I never cared about saving money. I made so much money in my 20s and like my teens, and I didn't save any of it. I didn't invest into anything. I literally just bought shoes and jewelry and had cash in shoe boxes. It's retarded, right? The time like that I could have become a billionaire, no problem, and I didn't even care about none of that. Right? It's because I was like doing drugs and I was like not eating healthy. I've always been active and worked out, but I still would eat fast food and shove pounds of meat in my face, and you know what I'm saying. I was not healthy, even though I looked like I was healthy and I felt like I was healthy. I was nowhere close to it. Like now I don't even get sick ever, like hardly at all. If I do get sick, it's got to be like some serious shit, man. You know, I haven't been to a doctor since 1998.
That's amazing.
It
I
is
really,
amazing.
yeah, I
Pretty
really like.
crazy. And I tell people that, and they're like, "What? What do you mean?" I'm like saying, "I've been to the doctor. You don't have to go to the doctor if you're not sick."
Yeah,
Right.
exactly,
Oh,
exactly.
crazy. They sent me text messages telling me that you're due for a wellness check. And I'm like, bro, no, I'm not. I'm fine. I don't need to be checked. I
Like
can
I'm
check
whole. What?
myself,
Well,
right?
now I'm whole,
They
man.
check
I'm whole.
my kids all the time, man, and I'm like, bro, it's like they're trying to like force me to bring my kids in there or something. Like, hell no, I didn't let you get
It's
in
a
my
whole
vaccine.
marketing scheme. That's bro. I be
Leave me
getting the
alone,
messages.
guys.
I be saying
It
the
makes me
same
so mad.
thing. Yeah.
You
Oh,
know,
it's
you ring the
irritating.
bell.
It's irritating.
Wellness visit the doctor, and I'm like, why? What? No, she's fine. I'm looking at her. Like, what are you talking
Yeah,
about?
that's a, we're not the only ones. I bet you there's hundreds and hundreds of people that feel the same way.
Yeah, it's
They do.
ridiculous.
That's listen. That's part of eating. Like literally, they're force feeding you with them dang texts. Force feeding you to make you think stuff. And what
Oh,
you're saying,
really?
you see, I just thought about that right now. So they're force feeding you. That's what they're doing. And so when you're
Mm,
talking about like watching we eat, like it's also obviously like any consumption at all, right? Consumption of negative energy, consumption of overgiving energy, consumption of like what are you consuming? What are you hearing? What are you around? And Daphne and I were talking about that again because I'd be going into like a retreat mode. Most of us healers and empaths, right? We do that. And but what one thing I was just thinking about, like becoming more serious about is that I don't need to I like what you said, Daph. You said something like uh people don't have the skills. And I was just thinking, I'm like, you know what? I'm like, you know what? They do have the skills, they just need to be activated. They have to shine light in that vulnerable space. And so for me, like what I'll do is I get a whole bunch of I'll recharge and people love my energy. And I came to realize like
yeah.
literally like you know, people have different titles of what they do, but my title is really I just what do you bring to the table? My energy, my pure, authentic, wholesome energy. And people love that.
Well,
People love that.
it
And
feels positive. Like Ricky was full on under the hood the other day. Like it was a couple of weeks back, and you had just sent like just a voice, just what your little morning things you just wish everybody like a blessed day, and it's just a good morning thing, right? And he was like all the way up under the hood, like working on the car, like doing his little thing, and I had it playing out loud, and he like when he heard it, he came all the way up out the hood and was like, "Who is that?" He was like, her voice was just like it. He struggled to find the word. He was like, her voice was just like I was like, it was just uplifting, isn't it? And he was like, yeah. I was like, I know. I was like, I don't know if it's the tone, the frequency. I was like, it has a very uplifting tone to it. I guess it's just a positive feeling. That's all I can explain it as. He was like, yeah, exactly. I was like, yeah, it's the best we can do, man. But it definitely is. It's a resonance, like for sure. I haven't ever
yeah.
heard you in an angry tone or a mad tone, so I don't know if that would, I don't know if that would
Like,
strike me
watch
part
out.
of.
That can be
Oh, you can
shouted
feel
like
that.
thunder. No, just like no, I've hurt myself.
My,
I had Daphne because I was supposed being really assertive. I mean, I everything's energy for me. So when I leave a message, I literally think about the energy that's going into the words. Like I feel it coming out of me, and so it takes energy for like I have to always continue to transmute and not even that recharge. Speaking about transmuting because that's like it's in and out, in and out, in and out. I have to hold the energy, and that's what Daphne and I were talking about. And instead of like, oh, I'm recharged now, let me just go and it's a habit. It's a
better.
loop. It's a loop. Oh, I'm just gonna go and spark some more people up. Like knowing when I walk into an area, people are drawn. Oh my gosh, wave. Daphne was here the other night. I was chilling. All of a sudden, I was like, "Oh my gosh, I'm a human magnet!"
Oh,
I
that
ended
was
up dumbfounded.
hilarious.
I was like, "Yo,
He
I
freaked
just like
out.
it hit me out the blue. Like I know, but like, bro, when you're like
People are
you're a human magnet, like, oh my god, they're
I'm
coming to
like,
look at me. Oh, actually, now I'm thinking about it.
I'm
That's like being a big mama cow. I'm a big mama. They're coming in. Oh my god.
like, she shut down. She shut down for the rest of the
Shut
night. Like she was
down.
done. She was
I
done. She
was
was
done.
like,
And she's like, are you okay? I'm like, No,
Beeline straight to her room. Nope.
no, no. I'm not okay. I'm not okay.
Not okay.
Uh,
I don't want to
I'm
be a human magnet.
like,
Like we're all magnetized, but bro, I'm
Nah.
telling you,
real. It's been like a whole nother energy lately, both good and bad.
it
Like
has been. Have you felt it?
crazy, like really stuff that probably should have like really put me up a lot worse. You know what I mean? But
Yeah, me too. Yeah, I understand. I overstand.
yeah,
Like
times right. But honestly, just my energy, my spirit's so high right now. Like it nothing's gonna work. It ain't stopping. Nothing's stopping it.
that's right. Nothing's
Because
stopping it. We're on a fast growing,
I
growing train. Ain't nothing
you
stopping it.
say I was just trying to set that trip up. It was the most insane thing ever. Right? Okay. I was like gonna get the U-Haul, and I was like, it was supposed to be cheaper than a rental car, right? Like, was got it all negotiated out. Was gonna go. They tried to charge me $1,000 for a U-Haul truck for 2 days, and I was like, how did it go from $39 in mileage to 1,000? Like, what happened? So I was like, all right, no, we're going to get a rental car. Then I go to get the rental car, and I forget what it was, something with the card thing or something. So I'd already paid for it, got the rental car, went up to the airport like to pick it up, and then it was something about the card thing. I can't remember what it was, but it couldn't get the it. By this time it was already like 11:30. I then spent like all day trying to get cars and everything. I ended up downloading the Turo app, and
Yeah, that's what
like
I
I
use.
Wow. Yeah.
most people would have just been like, "Fuck it, I ain't going." You know what I'm saying? By the time I actually got the car, it was 4 a.m. And then we set out for Mississippi to pick Hickman up. It was, but just there was so much stuff that happened in between that, and I just every time that something would, and actually Ricky, he was actually like lit as hell that day because every time some shit would happen where I would start to like my energy would start to be like, man, I don't even think we're gonna be able. He'd be like, no, he's like, fuck, we gonna figure it out. And usually I'm the one being like that, but like, hey, I'm glad to see that because he's been like kind of crawled up out of his little hole too. You guys don't know Ricky very well, but I've known him since I was like 8. Pretty cool to see him getting, and he's brilliant engineer and like inventor. I mean, he could build anything. It's pretty crazy. But yeah, he was like with the moving. We just made it happen because we both was just like, man, I'm just, you know, I just feel like this. We just need to take the trip. Why not? And so Hickman was, I think he was going to get like a bus or something to meet out at that. I think it was going to meet in like Kentucky or something. I was like, no, you're not taking no fucking bus, bro. I was like, we're already driving 5 hours. What's another 4? We're just going to come pick you up and we'll just all ride. And so we turned it into that whole thing. It's pretty far though.
That's dope. That's dope. Some good content.
Yeah, we found it funny that I was traveling and then y'all were traveling at the same time. I was like, oh, that's a coincidence, right?
No, we thought it was amazing. I was like, yo, divine alignment. Like, there's something going on in the cosmos. We already know there is something already going on in the cosmos. It's there. So, you know, just we're just coming into alignment. Sometimes it can be a little bit like, you know, a little rocky sometimes, but just get in alignment. It's cool. Right. Get in alignment and then just
absolutely.
They do.
Yeah.
No, you know what? That made everything a lot easier.
Yeah.
Right, because now when like crazy ass shit's happening, and like everybody, like I'm not all like sad and like, you know, like down about it, right? Because like after like I kind of understand now. I was like doing that my whole life, just like lowering and raising my vibration, going, you know, like I've been doing it my whole damn life since I was a kid. And now I don't even get, because I like just realize it's just kind of the purpose, right? It's a divine purpose. It's bigger than me, so it's a lot easier to deal with, right? Now, because I'm like, I don't know any better, right? They're probably operating on one capacity as far as cognitive ability goes, and that's the sad truth of most of this. Like, it's not like the NPCs just don't know. Like they're not missing any pieces. Like she said, they just haven't activated it. You know.
And we haven't activated it in ourselves, and like that's why it's so important Man, we got to do a mental and emotional detox. We got to detox. Talking about that, Daph,
Yeah.
can you talk a little bit about our services, about the baths, and also, so I'll be doing one of our programs called Sophia Alchemy, and I would love for you to talk about that. I have some great stuff that my sister sent me from our apothecary.
Awesome.
For y'all that don't know, we have a mobile apothecary.
Uh,
And when we're talking about path alignment, I mean, we have like partner alignment. We have partner alignment services. Y'all got to check that out. And you need to hit us
yeah.
up at celestialspringsanctuary.org.
Oh, that's so. Am I understanding this right? Like partners, you're talking about like it's couples partner
Yeah,
alignment.
yeah.
Yeah, that would be very, very, very beneficial for a lot of people. And you know what? That would probably that's what you should do. I gotta hook you guys up with the Turners, at least with
Yes, yes, yeah.
a husband.
And mhm.
Ain't killer. He was special forces, like literally,
Oh, special
like snapping.
forces?
He was, yeah, but he is the most like calm, soft spoken, like respectful, understanding. He's just got like a very deep voice too, so he's just like that. He's got a tone of just like that father figure, and when he talks, he's very um he he's just very well spoken, and he's just kind of like how you got that tone that makes everybody like uplift. He's just got that tone that just kind of it just soothes you and calms you, and it just makes you want to kind of listen and not be so kind of freaked out about stuff. Pretty
That's
cool.
wonderful. Yeah, please make
Wonderful.
that connection. And also coming up, right, Daph, we have also the business partnership alignment. Because
Hmm.
remember, we got like the partners, just like like romantic partners, but the business partner alignment. Because
Hmm.
it's just like, business contract are like marriage, there's no getting out of it. The
Yeah.
business contract is the same thing as a relational contract. And people
That's
sometimes,
why we make
uh-oh,
part of the
almost got you
thing
there.
to
But yeah, some people
people get done.
that again.
I said to be like we've all decided like me and Hickman like we that's part of our whole vetting process. You're gonna go get find out what you got going on. So every person that becomes a part of like our personal like team, they're gonna come see you guys first.
Heck yeah, definitely. I would love
Yeah,
for you to talk more about it. So I have to. My sister is the scientist. She's the architect, and
um,
she could break it down real well.
yeah.
yeah,
So part of the whole purpose of the sanctuary is for us to identify people, right? Digest what's going on with them, and then to bring back to them solutions for common things and some not so common things that can be spiritually connected or whole being connected, right? So like the sacred partner alignment sessions. And so one our divination system, and a lot of people they have an issue with that, but what I mean by divination is we're using a method that's outside of ourselves to interpret data, right? Interpret data, whether it's spiritual or otherwise. Our system uses our resonance, it uses our unified fields. And so we're not accessing anything outside of ourselves, we're just interpreting our own signals through mediums. And so when I meet with a couple, we start with a conversation, and that conversation can be solving a problem, um, bringing in heart coherence between that couple, or determining if a person is single and wants to come in, if a set of partners or a particular partner are in alignment with them through our resonance, through that conversation. I can use our system to determine that. And so that'll help someone to make decisions. We're just guides, so one of the things our sanctuary prides ourselves on is we are not preachers, we are not ministers in a traditional sense. We help you guide yourself. We help you master yourself. So all of our sessions lead people to their own conclusions and to do things that are best for them. And so I'm really excited about. I've been doing those types of sessions now for over a decade, where I meet with couples and I work with couples directly. But in the same way, our business partner alignment, which is a more new service, um, one of the reasons why I feel like that's an important thing for people to like even consider doing is because we rush into partnerships, period, whether it's friendships, relationships, or business partnerships, without really
Russian.
doing a deep dive on, are we compatible? Because see, I use scientific method when I do most of my resonance sessions, meaning that most people don't know their own internal framework. They don't know their own architecture, so they don't understand what they're compatible with. So when we look at the person like, hey, this is you. And now, if you get these business partners around you, some people don't realize they don't match with certain people. And they may not, it's not a bad thing, it's a resonance thing. We don't resonate with each other, so conflict's going to come. So we just try to determine, based on you, what are the best business types, one, and what are the best types of partners that's going to work the best with you in alignment. And it's not always an opposite. Most of the time, it's somebody that's compatible in more than like 50% areas and with 50% variance. A lot of people are going 100% away from themselves and wondering why they're not in alignment. Like, no, you have to have a certain mix of shared traits in order for it to work, because that's what makes team cohesion, right? Just having certain shared traits. So the business partner alignment, I've been creating it all day actually, is going to be like a 6-part session where we look at the person first, or individuals if it's coming together, if their partners are coming at the same time. And then we're going to do a comparative analysis about strengths and weaknesses and how to work out conflicts. So that session is going to be a pretty intensive thing where it's going to be a multi-session, um, it's going to be an actual business partner alignment. Like, if you, after we determine your compatibility, then we're going to work with you a couple more sessions to work through some strategy.
Yeah.
If it's
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's what I was. Gosh, I was like, anybody that I'm gonna decide to do any like serious business with, if I can't if I can't vibe with you, if we can't have a conversation, if we can't kick it, like if I wouldn't be your friend, I'm not gonna be your business partner. Like I
absolutely,
will literally business with you, right? Like okay, I'll make money off of you, right? But I'm not gonna no, I'm not gonna do anything that's in any type of a partnership with somebody I don't like vibe with. Why
Yeah.
would I?
Right. Right.
Crazy.
Right. And can you imagine this? Go ahead. Oh, you finished. Go ahead. I'm getting like so
No,
much. I'm getting a download.
too much of it.
So can you imagine, right? Can you imagine? I wish when I was in these multi-million-dollar conversations with different type of investors, we had already had the system. Can you imagine give testing each member that's coming? I mean, we're working on most of the deals
Yeah.
that I was in front of were over 10 million. And there were some that were under, but it's like me being a divine connector, I partnered with another divine connector, and she and all of us, we brought people to the table. And it would have been so great to have each one of them go through um, this our program so that we could have a path alignment for each of them in figuring out what part in the whole roadmap process can they play. Like some people we know are better starters than finishers. Some people work good with this and that just to make it more successful. Because a lot of times that's when you have fallouts and or what could actually go wrong in this situation, because when you're dealing with a lot of money like that, there's greed. It's so crazy how people step in when people are crazy when it comes to money. Hey, it really is. I mean, it's just
But
so funny.
not true. Money changes everyone around you. Most of the time, the person that's actually getting to the bag is exactly the same as he was when he started. He's exactly the same. It's every fucking body else around him changed.
You know
everybody.
Money
what?
doesn't change.
Oh, Daph, I got
Same again.
I got something I got to share with you after. I just had a major like
They
comment.
Okay.
don't change them. It doesn't.
Yeah, yeah.
It just gets more motivated to be themselves because they know the money's gonna. People. A lot of it's crazy when you got money and people know it. It's ridiculous the way they treat you.
And
It's like
yeah,
it,
it like activates something inside of them, and it's just really
yeah. It's like I think it's just most people are just running around on survival mode, man, so much, and then it's like, especially if you were down in the trenches with them, You know what I'm saying? And then they see you come up. It's like that's the only example they've had. I
Yeah.
ain't even seen nobody.
Talking about that. Did you guys see what they're planning to say? I think it's called Cognify, and what they're planning to do. It's up for proposal. There was a nurse in front. Have you heard of that Cognify?
I just recently,
So
but I don't like it. Probably know a little more about it then, right?
Right. So Cognify is what they're trying to do is they want to go and test the inmates. Basically, when you have, let's just say instead of spending 30 years in jail, 50 years life sentence, what they're going to do is offer people a few minutes to go right. And so what they do is they have to get a chip, and they have to get a chip. Yeah,
Hopefully, probably have
they have to get a chip, and then some people will have different. It will be different for each person, so they have to be willing to do that. But really, if you think about it, I had like a massive vision earlier. Like this is a complete slavery, like complete full blown out slavery, and even things.
Sister Tiff, I told you. I said, I told you, read where my G's at. That's what's in
Yeah,
that book.
So where my G's at? Dad, tell them what's up. Tell them what's up. Y'all need to get where my Jesus at. Also, I was thinking, I'm a pro-lifer. I mean, I'm a lifer. I mean, I believe in life. But I was even thinking, okay, so the 2025 goal was, the Project 2025 had things like doing away with birth control completely, like all kinds, if I'm understanding that correctly. I didn't look that far into it, but I'm thinking, what do people do when they can't prevent and there's babies everywhere? Okay, so there's no one really helping take care. Like most families are single parent households, whether it's a man or a woman. So then, based on social constructs, if you're there's only so much a parent can do without a village. That you can we all need a village. So now we're creating monsters that need to be contained. It's a whole containment, it's a whole factory going on, a whole factory protocol going on so that they can produce people. So you got the single parent households, right? From birth to prison. Then you filter them into this system because with the programming, they're going to probably not get out of this there's no way, a full system. And then bam, you just ship them. So what do you have then? Then you can completely control them. So now that's a whole nother way of getting soldiers, slaves, anything. That's a whole nother way to produce, not to mention they have clones. But so what are they going to do with these people that are being born?
It's already, like I said, they've already changed IoT to IOB. It's already with the Neuralink, Starlink initiative around the world. Like I told you, when I wrote that book, Where My G's At, and it's about the telecommunications and what's happening with how it's been developed and the influences behind it. Like 6G is AI slavery if you're not sovereign. That's just what it is because you're gonna have a chip in you. They can read. Like, they already can read your resonance. They already have the technology to interface with your body. So as soon as you get a chip in you, you're geo-linked to the satellites.
Yeah. And for those of y'all who really don't understand, listen, your emotions are definitely most likely controlled. The heavy sense that you feel, especially if you're resonant and you're an empath, you're going to feel even more. But even if you're not an empath, if you're just very intellectual in your mind, your brainwave, everything is being, your resonance, your aura is being tapped with, just like they do. They are mining your energy. They are mining your currency, your data, your literally life activation, divine data. That's what they're doing. And that's why heart coherence is so important.
My energy is just be completely fucked, and I'll just be like, and Ricky, he'll say, like, what's you have, like, you acting weird today, and like I'll just have to literally just realize, oh shit, they're attacking my fucking energy right now. Something on mine or fucking something outside for it, and I'll just like center myself. Usually I'll beat the shit out of a punching bag for a minute, and then just kind of get my mind back set on like nothing can conquer me, right? No weapon formed against me.
That's right.
None.
Yeah. And
And
that's
then
why I've been praying. Daphne put me on to praying in Hebrew. Daphne, because English is a flat language. She was telling me and how you can unlock things. And this is an ancient practice. And also, I love my sister so much. She got me these. Let me tell you, tuning forks. Get some
yeah,
quick, quick.
uh,
And
the
Daphne, if you
red
can
of
say it
that
again.
little tone bell.
Yeah,
Beautiful.
tuning forks. Yeah, listening to the frequency waves is great, but give some real. They're like what? They're like about $35, give or take, and there's different ones. There's three different. There's two more sets I have to get. 528 hertz. That's what we listen to, right? DNA cellular repair.
Heart coherence.
Heart coherence. I'm like doing this in my. I was doing what I do is I put this over my chakra centers, and I speak yo hey bahe, and um and do my whole prayer session, my whole unlocking, setting the tone, and I'll do that with the breathing because you gotta clear. Sometimes you gotta do it a couple times a day, man. There and
Yeah,
some places are more
I
busy.
tried it into other things in life, right? Because I'm so busy and on the go. So definitely every time I work out, I'm meditating. Like I'm praying, I'm meditating, I'm like doing shadow work, I'm self-reflecting. I when I like work out, I just get into like a whole other state of like conscious. Right? It's like I'm not there. I'm not fucking around at that point. Right? That's like literally if we're going to the gym or something. Like don't come to the gym to work out with me and be on your phone fucking off, bro. Like you're gonna piss me off. Get out of the move.
Like that.
Well, like I say, I mean, and you are a man, so testosterone loves a good workout, right? Um,
Yeah.
but for women, some of the practices that men do can stress our cortisol out. So if you're a female, doing more like we do Pilates, right? We do yoga, we do sensual stretches and tantra to activate the feminine being and to keep the body in alignment. We do kettlebell moves and things that are more
Kettle,
fluid so that we don't spike our cortisol and stress our bodies out in an already stressed body state. But I love the tuning forks. I'll tell people this, and a lot of people think it's woo woo pseudoscience or whatever, but it's really not. So
frequency.
there's research on the internet. You can Google this, that every emotion has a frequency, right? It's on a harmonic bandwidth. And so the premise behind a tuning fork is depending on the set, and that you can get a solfeggio, you can get a chakra set, you can get earth harmonics and overtones, and you can get them in different keys. And so when if you read the Bible, say you're part of the Abrahamic faith, or if you just are Eastern, they say God spoke and then think everything is so. Well, the tuning fork or anything like that is a technology that uses that same thing. It uses the vibration of the universe depending on where you're at. So I use tuning forks. I start from the bottom of the scale, which is the lower chakras or the lower emotions, and then I work my way up to clear. And so that helps you to, if you have any trauma, if you have unidentified emotions that you are refusing to face, the tuning fork can actually diagnose you also. So it's a good practice because you'll know what you're resonating with. It'll be irritating to keep pulling on a fork that's not in alignment with your energy. So it's a good way to get to know yourself. So when I do the tuning fork practice, it really helps me to identify what am I actually at. Because our mind can sometimes trick us. The body, you can't lie to the body. There is no lying. The body, it feels the way it feels. You see what I'm saying? Even if you ignore it, it's still in that state. So this is a good practice. I like sound healing because it's not like everything else. Meditating can be hard sometimes, especially when you get a lot of mind noise. The forks can put you out of that
That's
meditation kind of, huh?
that's like sinking in what you said. It's like the mind, mind will lie to itself. Like the mind will
I
trick the
do.
shit out of you. But
Listen,
I
I mean,
don't.
I love, like I said, the one thing about you and Chris I love, y'all are resonance. Y'all are body intuits. I'm a mind. So I have to really check myself all the time because I'm always
Well,
processing through my, huh?
I'm an overthinker, way
Oh
back.
yeah.
Like
Oh yeah,
No,
me too.
you know, no, you are. So I'm saying, but you're more resonant than I am. I don't have any resonance unless I force it down. You actually feel, right? You feel with your body. Your body gives you a lot of data.
It's intellectual. Our bodies are intellectually,
Intellectual. Like you have a deep,
and
deep body intelligence that
and
I don't have.
definitely right, right.
so,
So the forks help me to feel where
like
I
an
don't feel
analytical.
nothing. Yeah. Like I'm all mind. You have both. You see what I'm saying? You're both. You have a striking mind, but that body is just as intelligent on you. Just as
Oh
intelligent.
wow,
Oh,
And didn't they say that back in the day, like people use yo, oh my gosh,
delicate.
it just telepathy. But I just got one. Can you imagine speaking like affirmations and like the word of God, like, and then
I'm
speak?
telling you,
Well, that's what we do right there. We speak. And can you imagine
I
like
don't
the
know.
way your words have frequency and power, ride the waves, and this helps you get
Just
into
like
alignment. It helps your word get into alignment and go
mm,
forth even quicker. And isn't it interesting that they call it a tuning fork? Like your body is a vehicle. You need to tune your body, your vehicle up, tune your body up, tune your mind up, tune all of your chakras up. Yeah, on a regular basis.
regular.
I became a believer when I was locked up. Actually, I just got this little book. I'd already read all the like workout and nutrition and like all that stuff. So then I started get to like the metaphysical, and so I
Mm-hmm.
got this little, and it was like a tiny book about the just it had like some base meditations for the different chakras. And so I just kind of started at the root chakra, you know, and just kind of worked my way up. And I think it was like I was doing this little heart chakra meditation. And I was in an open dorm with 50 or so other guys. It's never quiet in there. And if it is, like, you know, some shit's about to go down. I was able to literally tune all the way out for 45 minutes, bro. They literally, like, slapped me on the, like, leg and was like, hey, bro, it's, like, you know, count time. I was like, I was like, what the fuck? 45 minutes, bro. Like I got that. I just like I don't know. I was not present in that reality at all. I was like totally like off in the ether somewhere, and that shit blew my mind, dude. I was like, what? I was like, how in the hell did I just literally block 50 dudes like out of
Easy.
my whole? It was
Easy.
That's dope, though. That's dope. Can you imagine doing shadow work? It's kind of like doing shadow work, and when you're doing shadow work, doing that too. Like speak what you need to
yeah.
speak to it, and then speak. Call it what it is. Call it what it was. Identify with your feeling, and then replace that feeling with what you want, and then
Yeah.
feel it. And so it is.
That's
Oh,
it.
you can do a lot with them forks. Like I said, it's one of my favorite technologies for sure. Like I said, I wish I could get that primal feeling. I've been chasing it through a lot of different things. I even jumped out of planes before, just trying to get that feeling.
Oh, I have that feeling
Yeah.
all the time. That must be a strong resident thing, huh? Because I feel primal all the
Yeah.
time. I'd be like, wait, let me like trying to
For like a
Listen. I used to get drunk. That's what I
oh
could
no.
feel then. Like, I've been, I said, and this, I don't care because, like I said, I don't have nothing to hide. I've been to rehab twice for drinking. So after the second time, I was like, okay, I'm not gonna get drunk no more. But that's the only way I can feel.
Highly intelligent people, and believe it or not, most successful people um, struggle with addiction.
Yeah.
Right?
That's it.
Grant, this motherfucker's a billionaire. Guess what he was before a billionaire? Drug addict.
but listen,
Literally,
everyone's struggling with addiction. Most at least 90
somebody
5% of the
you fuck.
people are struggling with addiction, struggling with people pleasing addiction, struggling with how many likes and clicks do I got, struggling with uh your own self
Like, li-
doubt addiction. Like it's all addiction. It's
Yeah.
adding an itch to something that you're itching
And-
just long enough. It soothes you just for a second, like this,
Yeah.
like a little.
Or food.
It soothes you just for a short time. Like my little brush here.
I love girl.
Yeah. It soothes you just for a short. Yeah, but then all of a sudden it's gone, and you got to find another thing. So you're addicted. And that's the whole thing with social media and all this gratification. You're addicted. Everybody's addicted. It's not even.
Melatonin. Those are endorphins released in the brain. They attach to opiate. Here's the thing. The reason why opiates are so bad, the reason why it's such a problem for people to get off of them, the reason why you're physically addicted to them as opposed to just mental, right, is because they actually attach to the opiate receptors, right? And so what will happen is it's like a synthetic version of a natural produced chemical in the brain. Mm-hmm. So when something like make you happy, for instance, like a beautiful sunset or your kids playing or just, something that would make you smile, make you feel good. If you're on opiates, you're getting that same sensation, but in a higher synthetic-like amount, right? And so if you continue to do that, it's like thinking about your kid hugging you and telling you, look, imagine that feeling, like even more intense, and then like you can just keep doing more and more and feeling that, you know what I'm saying? That's very easy for people to, you know what I mean? Your body eventually produces the opiate in the brain naturally after you. And then, so it's already said we're not going to produce any more of these opiates because we got something fucking going on. We got all this fucking chemicals being, processed. Shuts down the opiate receptors in the brain. And at that point, so now things that would make you happy don't, right? You're shutting down the fucking opiate receptors in the brain because you keep giving it this overload of synthetic opiates, right? And so by the time you can't just stop using the opiates because now you're completely fucked in the head. Like you can't be happy about it. Physically can't be happy at the moment. Like it's going to take a few months and like for your brain to kind of like normalize itself and for the chemistry to get back right. And then if you're fucking adding on toxic food and you're not working out and burning off all the excess fat and all that's accumulating, there's like so much shit, man, that goes into that. And they don't understand just basic how the body functions.
And
that's why
it's
when you
engineered. It's engineered.
Same minuscule amount.
It's ritually. It's ritually engineered. Can you imagine that? Can you imagine that?
Sad, man. It's
detachment. Being addicted to detaching. And there's levels. I'm seeing there's levels of detachment. You're addicted to the feeling of detachment. So then they come and give you these, what is it called?
They don't cure shit. Cures anything. Nobody tries to cure anything. It's symptom management. That's it.
But it's created. It's also created, like create the chaos and then be the solution over and over again. And so even that being detached from your current moment. Sometimes you need that long enough to start healing. But I know that a lot of us who are like really cosmos in the cosmos, we were like, yo, man, this is a lot. I'd rather just stay up there. I don't want to be. So even that can be an addiction to that too, even though you're trying to, protect your peace. But it's really important to make sure that your transmutation ducts, your lymph nodes, your glands, your ducts, your filters are really fully clean so that you can continue to process.
I think also consistency in a lot of things. And then it's just, if you're compounding that shit, right? It's like bad enough that you're doing drugs, right? But you're also poisoning yourself daily drinking tap water. You're also literally eating, right? You're also accumulating a large percentage of body fat cells. So adipose tissue, once it's there, it doesn't go away, right? So once your body produces more fat cells, those fat cells are there for life. The only thing you can do is make them smaller, right? So that's why once you become overweight, it's a lot harder to get back below overweight, right? Because you've built these extra. There's so much shit that nobody pays attention to.
And it's crazy. Right? I'm thinking about hormones, bro. What about women hormones? All these foods and different products are altering and triggering certain hormones. And then like in the triggering really serious hormonal things in women. that
Yeah.
may cause them to gain weight or cause them, and then add the cortisol levels. It's like,
I mean, swap it up.
yeah,
It's
and the
totally.
chemtrails and the but the power of a word has vibration. That's why like it's so important to speak. Sometimes people like, oh well, I don't pray over my food. You can speak life over your food. We see it all the time, right? You
Yeah.
speak life to a plant, you keep speaking to it, it can bloom. If it's positive, if it's negative,
Like,
it can die. Same thing with rice. Same thing with water. Like it's really
what was his
important.
name? Plant experiment.
I can't think of it now.
Edward something. This is a long time ago, and he did. I was fascinated by his research. He did a whole thing for like years. It started with a plant. He had hooked it up to a polygraph machine and set it on fire, and it literally measured a response. He was like, "Holy shit!" He was like, "That means that these plants are like alive, like they have some type
Yes.
of a." So he started to do experiments and stuff. So he he had already took the plant, hooked it up, set it on fire. It measured a response. The next time he did the same experiment, but he went to set the plant on fire and was thinking, and before he had actually even set the plant on fire the second time, it measured the exact same response. And he was like,
Look
"Holy
at
shit!" He
that.
was like, "Wait." So the plant literally read his, and then then he tested out. All right, I'm not even going to have a lighter. I'm not even going to like. There's no fire going to be. I'm just going to walk up to the plant and think about setting it on
Yeah.
fire. Guess what it did? The exact same response. So it went farther from that. Then he went on to like seeing distances, and he was able to be 300. He did spoke at a conference like 300, and this is back in the day where they didn't have shit for that. Like you couldn't just FaceTime your homeboy. I don't even know if you really couldn't just call. People didn't have home phones like that really. And I don't think. And he was 340 something miles away, and did the same, and had his lab assistant. They had timed it out. He was like, "Look, at this particular time, be in there and have him hooked up and measure the measurements and see if And so he's 300 something miles away, thinks about setting this damn plant on fire, and that plant still. So he traumatized the shit out of this plant with these experiments.
And but think about this. Think about this is why it's so important to think of yourself being shielded, and think of because there that it sends hence psychiatric attacks, psych attacks.
Yes,
And
kill an
because
animal.
yes, and yeah, yeah, exactly. And then y'all just motivated me because I'm gonna go now because I'm thinking I was telling Daphne we were here, we went to the conservation. Like it is so like it feels so refreshing, like they're living. And you know what? I get to do now for sure. I'm going to go talk to the Mother Earth. I'm gonna go talk to the trees. And I'm gonna bring this because they're being traumatized all the time and they're like receivers. Plants are truly receivers. So granted they transmute through their roots and I'm sure their leaves, but can you imagine like a constant what's their recharge? That's why it's important for us to give back to Mother Earth because we need to recharge. We need to recharge the trees. Speak life.
Since I told you, that's what I remember on Easter, I went out to the river and I do like weekly. I go out to at least a couple times a week. I go out to nature, I go out to places, and I just spend time in prayer in the forest, in the woods, stewarding the land as opposed to taking from it. I think a lot of people don't realize that the land misses us. It really
Yeah,
does. It misses our presence. It misses us not consuming from it, but just being with it. We used to be there. Our ancestors were there for sure with it. So I just think we just got to get back to holistic practices that honor the earth and honor ourselves because we gain from being out in the nature too, right? We gain from being out around trees because one, we get more oxygen, right? We get a lot of the illnesses we have is just from lack of activity, lack of engaging with the environment, you know. And so the more we interact with our environment, the more our environment starts to interact with us and starts to shape and mold us in ways that we probably wouldn't even expect it, right?
Right.
yeah, that's true. I've been experimenting and doing a lot of heavy research into that and the way the body works and everything. And I personally tested it myself. Um, like you don't have to eat nowhere near the calories that, like, even the health books and shit tell you to eat. It's like, it's ridiculous. Nobody needs that much. I have literally not lost any muscle mass at all. The muscle has actually become more dense, more powerful, more elastic, and like I'm way stronger than I like ever. It's crazy. It's absolutely insane. And I have severely cut calories. I'm not eating no meat like at all, really. Like every once in a while I'll eat maybe some turkey, but that's it. Like no meat, no. Protein. I'm doing peanut butter powder. Like it's just ground up peanuts. Like you just mix that, in a shake and like with some honey, some cinnamon, shit, and there's a protein shake. And it tastes way better than any of that bullshit you're gonna buy at the store. Literally, it's amazing. But yeah, so on research I was doing, it's like you eat like one time and then don't eat the next day at all. Like after 24 hours, your body will start to just kind of like detoxify itself and think. After like 72 hours, your body will produce HGH, the human growth hormone, right? So that's 3 days, and then eat again. So really, if you really want it, you could, and you would not ever build up enough toxicity in the body to become like ill or just sick. So
I'm in alignment with that. Yeah. That's
3
how I
days
lost all my
without eating.
weight.
Yeah, and it absolutely works. You
Mm-hmm.
don't go into a ketosis state, which is where the body will actually start to eat the muscle, is if you have literally went so long without food, you've already ate through the fat, you've already ate through all the cancer-causing, mutations in cells and all the bad shit that you need to eat up anyway and get rid of. That's why fasting is important. So you've already ate through all that, and then you still haven't eaten. So, you go like a month without eating, then your body's going to start to deteriorate the muscle and eat that because it's got to survive. Right? And the truth of the matter is, before you die, you're not going to know it. Your brain's going to go into like this state of like, lulling you to the fact that you're actually starving to death, and you're going to be so high, like you're not going to realize you're dying. Right? So it's just crazy. You don't need to eat 12 times a day. You don't need to. Like my kids they'll eat, and then like an hour, like literally 30 minutes later, they're in there like trying to grab a bowl of cereal, and I'm like, bro, we literally just you just ate breakfast. Right? Like I'm not gonna eat probably at all today. If I do, it's gonna be at like 6 o'clock today. Like there's no way I'm 3 times your size. But it's an addiction, man. People they get bored. Food is the easiest, most accessible, readily available thing that's not really bad for you. They don't think it's bad for them. It's like, well, we could go do drugs or we could eat some food.
Well, wait, you know what? I do my spiritual practices. Got me to that same conclusion because the Hebrew people they would fast and do a bunch of things throughout the year. So, when I created my beauty protocol, we do an Esther fast, which is a 3 day no food, a denial fast, and then we do Daniel fast. That's how I made my protocols. And like I said, since I've been in Tennessee, I've lost 70 pounds just by doing those Esther and Daniel fasts, where I'm eating just grains. So I actually got to that same scientific conclusion through practicing Kabbalah and the Torah, right? So fasting is it's not just physical; it's a spiritual thing. It's denying the flesh. It's training the flesh to behave in a way that you want it to behave. You taking control over your body. So even if someone didn't believe in the science, they could go to their scriptures and they could see examples in religious texts, not just the Bible, but in Eastern medicine also. When you look at the Hindu, Tibetan, Kundalini yoga, all these practices have fasting as a staple for spiritual alignment because it helps you control yourself. You get into like your workouts are very, very important, but sometimes just denying yourself food is the first step. If you can't work out right now, just denying yourself food starts to train that mind body muscle connection. Um,
And
it gets you to alignment.
once you do get so you've already fasted, you've ate through all the bullshit that you don't need in your body anyway. your body's going to start to produce HGH, so you don't lose muscle mass, and then you can eat. And when you work out, like it's really as easy as, what do you want, right? Like if I want to jump higher, I literally just like think about that when I'm working out. Like I just put my muscle under stress for as long as I can, because that's what gets the best growth, right? Is muscle under tension. It's that simple. You don't have to do no extravagant weight. Doesn't have to be no million. Like if people just overcomplicate that shit, man. It's just put the muscle under stress for as long as you can. Hold that shit just like that. Just isometrics will produce so much growth. You got 3 basic muscle functions: concentric, which is where the muscle contracts. That's going to produce the best growth from a rapid, fast, powerful movement, right? That's where you're going to actually get most gain. Eccentric is when the muscles like elongating or like relieving tension. That you're going to want more of a slow tempo to produce the most growth. And then the isometric is literally where the force against the muscle and the muscle's force being produced is exactly the same. So it's a pause. That's what growth, because you're literally getting half of a concentric and eccentric at the exact same time, holding it under stress. You can literally just hold some weight and just not let it go for as long as you can and produce growth. But it depends on what you're training, though. Know what you're doing. I personally don't want a bunch of big bulky muscle anymore, because like it limits your mobility, makes you like not as agile. And then think about it, like an extra pound of muscle is like 50 extra calories, that it takes for your body just to survive. It's just to live, you know what I mean? So the more muscle you pack on, once you get to a point, like if I can bench press, more than most people weigh, like I don't really need to be that much bigger, do I? Like if I can already jump up and like kick over somebody's head, I don't need to be that much bigger. So hypertrophy is like just trying to get bigger muscles, right? But like a lot of that is just training to produce more blood flow to the capillaries. Right? They're not going to be that much stronger. Like literally, like if you take a rower, for instance, or a rock climber, they're going to be stronger than a bodybuilder any day. They're going to be able to literally outrow a huge, massive bodybuilder.
Can I ask a question, Wade?
Yep.
I heard a couple women that were over 40 say that it's really beneficial for women to gain muscle after that age. Do you agree with that?
Yes, absolutely. For one reason, because the body will start, especially for yeah, absolutely, because after everybody's going to lose muscle mass eventually. Testosterone in men, like I think it's 3% every year or something after 30. If you don't, correct it with food and diet and exercise, things like that. And for women, bone density and things are a problem, right? And so you need more musculature to hold up weaker bones, but you can also do strengthening exercises to strengthen the bone too. But yeah, it's beneficial for anybody to put on muscle when the body gets to a point to where the cells are starting to have trouble regenerating. Because think about it, if you're already headed toward deteriorating muscle, then the less muscle you have, like the faster you are going to be, immobile or whatever. So, and then just the simple fact of your body gets into an anabolic state, right? It's the body at rest stays at rest, right? That's what they say. And it's true. It's absolutely true. For one basic thing, the brain is going to crave the path of least resistance, right? It's going to try to find the easiest, most efficient, and effective way to get this shit done naturally, right? That's why literally when shit gets hard, your brain says, take a break. Shit, it's hard, man. You know what I'm saying? We're doing fine. Calm down. So you got to, get past that. So if you become used to not doing anything, then your brain, your body, it's literally come together and it's a cohesive unit in not doing shit. And so 3 weeks it takes to get your body back to like an anabolic state to where your metabolism's revved back up. Now your endocrine system's producing the correct chemicals and the correct hormones. Your thyroid and shit's operating right. Your insulin release and absorption and shit is responding the way it's supposed to during digestion. Your gut biome, so about 3 weeks in, that's when you're going to notice like energy surges, strength improves, speed and agility, cognitive abilities faster. Everything becomes easier, and then you'll start to notice that all those pounds of fat start just shredding off. Right now, shit, I've got 2 pounds of muscle just out of nowhere. It's because your body's finally got to the anabolic state. Most people don't reach that when they're going from a sedentary lifestyle to an active one, because it's like they're not gonna do it for 3 weeks, right? They're gonna literally do it for a week and be like, man, I ain't fucking ripped yet, and then quit, right? Or they're gonna do like one of those restrictive ass diets, that just like you can't. Somebody has ate honey buns, their whole life, and then you say you can't eat none of that shit that you eat. You got like, of course they're gonna fail, right? Trainers are screwing up trying to do people like that. What you need to do is start slow. You know what I mean? Like you got to work them. You can't tell them put everything that you've ever done out and come meet me 3 times a week, and I'm gonna put you through hell for 2 hours. Like no wonder people give up, man. Like a lot of people don't have that mindset of just I'm gonna do this until you get them to that state of mind, and you can't stop them, right? But it's still their decision. They got to make it, and so you can't just the easiest way to get somebody to do something is to make them think it's their idea, right? And so that's basically what you have to do. You can't force shit on anybody. You have to literally to see for themselves that this is beneficial for you. This is the better option, right? And so you can't be overly aggressive. You can't be too pushy. You can't be too restrictive. A very basic thing for somebody that's just trying to you just want to get a little healthier, right? Start with your little calories, right? Let's say 2,000 calorie diet. Start with that, all right? If you're, and this is just, I'm going to go off of mainstream understanding of protein and the way the body works, because most people, aren't going to understand the shit I'm doing now. But anyway, so the protein, 1 pound of protein is like 4 grams or 4 calories. Or 1 gram of protein is 4 calories. 1 gram of carbohydrates is 4 calories. 1 gram of fat is 9 calories. Right? So there you go. There's your calorie breakdown. So if you're wanting to build muscle, then you need 1 gram of protein for every pound of, body, So if you're 100 pounds, you're going to need 100 grams of protein. If you're 200, and if you're trying to build muscle, let's say you are 175 and you're trying to get to 200, well, then you'd want to eat 200 grams of protein every day, right? So you would take the 200, let's say it's 200 grams of protein, and then 1 gram of protein is 4 calories, right? So that's 800 calories right there. So 800 calories out of your diet is just the protein that you need, right? After that, take a multivitamin and eat whatever in the hell you want, as long as you don't go over 2,000. Very simple, effective diet for anybody. You can't say it's too hard. If you want to eat fucking donuts, eat them, right? Eat them. You're going to get more regulated as you go. It's like you got to start them off slow. So, you don't want to give up the fucking honey buns? Eat the honey buns. But just make sure you get your 800 grams of protein and take your multivitamin. Because your body has to have these vitamins and nutrients, guys. Like it has to. It has to. Can't function, can't operate without them. It has to.
Well, like I said, I was asking that question because a lot of, especially in our community, a lot of women don't want to put on muscle. I was in the military 15 years, so of course, like I said, I feel like it's important. Like I said, I'm 30 pounds now, so I'm at my weight for my height. But I was talking to my homegirls because we're all over 40 now, and I want to get myself really toned by the end of the summer. And I said I can do it. I got a reformer here, so I'm going to I'm gonna start doing intermittent reformer exercises. But I've been having so many friends that are like so vehemently opposed to putting on muscle and um getting themselves
Yeah.
more muscularly fit. It's just interesting when I hear you explain it. It makes a lot of sense, but it's like, how can I get my friends to not feel like they don't look like women? They don't look feminine enough if they
You know
put
what?
more muscle on.
one thing I've realized, when you go to the gym, women are doing legs. They're doing squats. They're doing, kickbacks. They're doing, so glutes. They're working their thighs and their ass, man. That's what they do. That's a way to pack on muscle, right? So think about it. If 1 pound of muscle burns 50 more calories, then, if you have more muscle, it's easier to keep the fat off. So that's a way that you could, just get them in there, just hammering the shit out of some squats and some leg presses. And because a woman, ain't no woman gonna complain about a bigger ass, man. You know what I'm saying? Right? Nobody's gonna say, you know what? I'm just gonna stop going to the gym because it's making my ass look too good.
Let me chime in. I am the woman who will say, please, okay. I have never, maybe it's the Portuguese side of me or something. No. The big behind the donk, please someone offload. Offload. Please. If there was one thing I could offload, it won't go away. It won't go away. So I'm like, that's what we're just talking about that. So we were just talking about that.
Hey, like I said, I don't have that problem. Like I said, I'm slim and trim, so I probably could use a few more squats.
Listen, no matter how slim and trim, girl.
Yeah.
I'm like, what is that?
Squats.
And then weird is the women will be in there and they'll be working out of their legs, doing a lot of like really core work and stuff, right? Building their strength up. And the guys will be in there doing bicep curls. And they got big ass biceps and maybe they can, bench press. Maybe they got a big ass chest and literally no legs like chickens, no core, no like balance, no center of gravity. Like it's just like, what are you doing? Like I think it's their work.
Yeah.
Like
this is very interesting.
Like an action figure, you know what I'm saying? I want to be formed like I look. I think it's crazy. You look like you're able to do all kind of shit, but you can't do nothing. What's that about?
Man,
weird.
Bro, you're talking to me. You're talking to me, bro. You know what I'm seeing? A vision of like literally people who like, I know there's so many people out there big and buff, but they're little child inside. Like they cannot manage their emotions. They cannot. I mean, they get easily pimped out too, like emotionally pimped out. They get pimped out by their whole desire to be like, Hulk. Like, come on, man. Like it. Yeah.
Everybody feeds into culture too. It's weird.
It's weird.
It is weird.
Hey, what's up, newfound peace? How you doing?
Blessing, highly favored. How y'all feeling? I'm just trying to get a gist of what I miss.
We talking about shadow work on every level. So like on every level, like there's like shadow work and that's what we're doing. That's what we're talking
Pretty
about.
Cool.
Okay. Well, a good way to get people motivated to go to the gym is your mood, right? You'll notice that after a while, you feel me, you just naturally have a higher hedonic set point. You know what I'm saying? Like I started doing more push-ups, messing around with Chris here, and I'll be the first person to say I'm skipping leg day. If I can, I'll find any reason I'll skip it. I'm doing cardio. I might do cardio. You know what I'm saying?
I'm swimming. That's my best thing right there. I'm swimming, yo. I'm swimming. I tell my daughter.
Full body exercise for sure.
Yeah, that's the best thing right there for me.
Since I told you, I said that reformer Pilates is like I'm sold forever, and you can't skip anything because it's your whole body. So you gotta use your whole body. I love it. It's my favorite.
Yeah, I gotta do a Pilates session with y'all one of these days, man. I'm about to get back into acupuncture as well.
Oh yeah, I love acupuncture too. Yeah,
try that.
I think it was early
any
last.
modality that's simple. I like things that have flow to it now. I used to, when I was in the military, I used to lift weights. I was boxing and all that. Now I like it to be like Qigong or some type of yoga.
Real spill.
Yeah.
Hour like respond, but I'm like I got this whole purpose, right? Like my body's a wet, right? Trying to just make it a stronger one. Like I need it to have a higher millimeter. You know what I'm saying?
I understand.
Yeah, you can literally, you know what? I want to throw a stronger roundhouse, and you can just throw roundhouse kicks over and over, over and over, and guess what's going to happen?
And you're stronger.
What happens? That's what you keep thinking about. It's a very simple concept. It's called a motor neuron, and there's spots on the muscle with these pathways that go to them, and the brain sends a signal to that muscle to perform this action. So the first time you do something, awkward as hell, right? You don't know what the fuck you're doing. You did it. Your form was bullshit. It was just sloppy. You didn't know what the fuck you were doing. The second time you did it, it still looked like shit, but it was not quite as bad as the first time because your brain is going to produce more neurons the next time, more motor units, right? And so those neurons over time, that's what the muscle memory thing is. It's just the connection. Your brain has made that connection and sent that signal to that muscle to perform that movement so many times that it does it without even thinking. That's why when you go to start training like a martial arts or something, you're going to throw one jab, and you're going to do that until you're sick of jabs, right? And you're going to think it's stupid until you realize that now I can literally be holding a conversation about fucking investments, throwing these fucking jabs and hitting them dead on every time. Powerful as shit. And I'm not even thinking. My subconscious downloaded this jab into memory where I don't even have to think about it anymore. And so it's just a repetition, more neurons, more motor units sent to the side of the muscle, activates it better, and then it's that simple. Do it more, you get better.
You just gave me an idea.
The muscle connection. If you're wanting a bigger chest, say, then when you're performing a contraction with the chest, actually be thinking about a bigger chest. Actually be thinking about the muscle, filling in the capillaries being open and the muscle coming in and the muscle swelling. Like, actually think about that. And then stretch that shit when you're done. That is the most overlooked thing, and nobody does it. Is they'll literally go fucking overwork the shit out of their muscles in the gym or whatever, and then they'll just go home and eat. And when protein synthesis kicks in and the body starts to repair that muscle tissue, guess what it's doing? Repairing it in that shortened ass state. And over time, that muscle has become shorter and shorter and shorter. It's going to pull the joint farther and farther and farther out of place, which leads to injury, right? And the muscles on the opposite side of that are going to become weakened, right? Because you ain't fucking stretching anything and you're not working. So it's a synergy. Every movement in the body is a synergy between muscles, right? A bicep curl is an agonist is the bicep. An agonist is like the active, the one that's pulling most of the weight in the movement. That's the agonist. And then you got the antagonist, which is going to be usually the one on the opposite. So if you're talking about a bicep curl, the bicep's contracting, right? But in order for that bicep to contract and to bring the fulcrum, like it's just levers, right? Connected here. The levers bringing two bones together. There's a fulcrum. That's how the body works. So the bicep's the agonist. It's contracting, but the tricep has to elongate and has to relieve tension in order for that to happen. Like that has to happen. So that's with every movement. So if there's an injury, the delts are going to pick up some of the slack, right? So all the other muscles in that bicep movement are going to pick up the bicep slack if I injure the bicep. The bicep becomes weakened and elongated, which means the muscles on the back, the antagonists are now like the agonists, right? They're becoming shortened because they're overworking. They're being contracted. They're having to pick up more of the shit. If you don't strengthen the muscle where the injury happened and stretch the ones that were having to fucking overcompensate, you're going to literally pull the joint out of place, and that's going to become an injury that happens over and over and over and over again. And then people's going to go to the fucking doctor and let them cut their shit wide open over some shit that you were just too lazy to correct, right? You literally, synergy, if this one's shortened, that one has to be elongated. If the muscle's too long, it doesn't produce as much force. If the muscle's too short, it doesn't produce as much force. There's no balance. And it's very simple. So all injuries can be repaired. You don't have to get surgery. Now, if you rip like ligaments and tendons, they get a very small blood supply. So those type of injuries take a lot longer to heal. And if you tear like a tendon or ligament off of the bone, a muscle, maybe sometimes you should, you got to have surgery to repair. But I got a rib that got broke completely in half and like went up under the other part of the rib where it's supposed to connect, and it actually fused itself back together. And like it's not at all where you can literally feel where the rib is supposed to be, and then you can feel where the rib went up under it, but the bones fused itself back together, and there's no like it's hard as rock. It's literally actually I can take a better fucking shot to this side than I can the side there's no problem with.
So
Ridiculous.
now I got another question for you because you just intrigued me. I don't know if I told you. Yeah, I think I put it in a group, but like a week and a half ago, right before I went to the Crystal's house, I had got an MRI on my knee, and they said my interior part of my meniscus is torn, like down to the bone, and the tendon in the back of my knee is torn. And the doctor was like, when I walked in, he was shocked that I could even walk because of how the MRI came out. But I mean, honestly, I really can't feel it. Um,
Yeah, I would do it, didn't you?
yeah, I said, man, I'm gonna keep. He was like, I don't understand how you even able to move with it. I'm like, but because I do Pilates every day. I'm always working the muscles around my leg, because you gotta do that toe work every morning and strengthening that
Exactly.
muscle to that carriage. So I'm like, okay, I wonder if you think I could heal that. It said
That,
he said it was irreparable and I needed a knee replacement. And I was like, man,
yeah,
I don't believe that.
like he went to the doctor. They was ready to cut him open, and it had been that way for years. And I told him, don't do it. I literally give me like maybe a couple months at the most. And he was like, all right, fuck it. And so he started coming to the gym with me, and I just started out with just, checking where the imbalance was, and then stretching. Just after every workout, stretch. Whatever muscle, especially the ones you worked out, stretch them back to their normal resting length. That way, when the protein synthesis kicks in, the muscle repairs at its normal state. There's no limit of force. There's no prone to injury. There's none of that. There's no bringing it. Because if this one gets tight, that one's loose, that means the joint's supposed to be here. Now it's pulled back here all the time, right? And then when you work out the next time and you don't stretch it, it's pulled back a little more, a little more, a little more. Now you got a joint that's supposed to be here, but it's pulled all the way back here. No fucking wonder your shoulders getting fucked up all the time. Right?
Double hip replacement, not just.
Yeah. Ricky literally was supposed to be double hip years ago. He's literally
Okay.
up walking around. He doesn't
So
even
I
have
just
pain in his hip.
so you should basically at the end of my session I suggest use because I say I'm on a reformer, so I can use a reformer to stretch my legs out real good before I get off. Just do a deeper
Yeah.
stretch in session. Okay.
Injury, I would probably. Well, I mean, how long ago?
It's probably been torn probably like 2 months now because I fell.
Oh, you a warrior.
Okay.
I mean, like
So
I said, I told you I don't feel. I mean, honestly, I don't unless I'm on
yeah,
some type of, I don't feel at all.
I think Bryce, one of my youngest, like boy, he I think he's the same way. Like he hurts himself all the time. But the only time he shows emotion or cries is when it's like an emotional type of a hurt. Like if he gets embarrassed or if he feels like you're disappointed in him or something like that, then he'll show like a response to pain.
That's me.
But as far as
That's me.
he came up with literally like a dude, it was bigger than a softball. It was like a soccer ball on his arm, not, and it was huge. And he just walked up to me like this, and he stuck it in my face, and I was looking. I was like, "Oh my God!" And I was like, "Just," and he was just like, "No, like emotion at all." I was like, "Does that not hurt?" And he was like, "No." And I was like, "For real, it don't hurt at all." And he's like, And I even squeezed it. Like I grabbed it, and I was like, I touched it. And I was like, "That didn't hurt." And he's like, "No." And I squeezed the shit out of it, and he didn't show any. And I was just like, "What the hell?" I think he's the same way. Maybe then. Maybe that's what it is.
Yeah. I guess I don't feel. I mean, I feel, but like I said, it has to be scenarios where. But other than that, even when I had my children, I didn't feel my contractions. I only felt when they came out, but I didn't feel the contractions the whole time. Like,
Because I will literally tell myself when I'm like in pain, especially like with I've been just with the kickboxing and Muay Thai lately. I've just been pushing it. Like it's like if I did an hour yesterday, I got to do like an hour and 10 minutes. You know what I'm saying? And like I'll get to that point before I'm like, dude, like that's it. Your ceiling is topped out, brother. And I'll literally just tell myself to shut up. No, it's not. And guess what? Now I got a new ceiling. It's that simple, bro. Really, that's David Goggins. He says the 40%. I think I'm starting to agree with him. He's like nobody, like maybe not nobody, but probably nobody's ever used more than 40% of their potential.
oh yeah,
I doubt it. I think I agree with him. I doubt that anybody's ever used more than 40%. Because I know every single time that I've ever felt like this is it. It's all I got. I couldn't go any harder if I had to. And then I will. And then the next time, it's easier to go harder than that. And it's progression. And it'll keep fucking happening as long as you keep wanting it to. But the moment you stop wanting it is the moment you start to digress. You can take a break. You can chill for a second, get you some rest in. And then you got to get back to it. Because otherwise, I got a 3-day rule myself. Like, I'll take 1 day off. I'll take 2 days off. But I am not taking 3 days in a row off from working out, man. I'm not doing it. Because every time I've ever done that fourth day is so hard to get back out there. It is so hard. I've got a whole 3 days of like, fuck that workout. A whole 3 days of like, I'm just chilling and resting and taking. So I work out on vacation. Like, I will work out until I physically can't anymore. And it'll probably be a long-ass time.
oh yeah. I won't stop.
No, I'll never stop. That's my biggest fear probably is like, I watched this dude's grandpa. He was like 77 in the ladder. He was up there roofing his own house and the ladder fell down. And I was running up to grab the ladder he jumped off the roof. 77 years old, jumped off the roof and was fine. My Uncle Arnie was 87, and I was 13. I went out there to help him in his farm. And I promise you, I was dead. Like dead tired. That old man worked circles around. He was 86, 87 at the time. We go out there every
Taking care of
year.
yourself. Yeah, taking care.
I
That's good
was
living.
the farm 6 months later, both dead. Him and my aunt Uncle. That's crazy. They was out there 88 years old just tilling the land and growing, whole 80-acre farm. They sold the farm, and 6 months later, both of them died. Like, he died, and then she died like 2 or 3 months after him.
Mm. Ain't that funny, right? That's real. It's
That farm
crazy.
was because they had drive. They had a reason. They had purpose.
A body in motion stays in motion for sure.
Mm-hmm.
That's simple. A body at rest stays at rest. And then just an accumulation of a bunch of bad shit doesn't end in a good result. So if you're already fucking up in other areas, probably should maybe work on the areas you can work on, right? Like if you know you struggle with cigarettes, you smoke cigarettes, right? And you tried to quit, and it's a problem. All right, so you know that cigarettes is going to be an issue for you, right? So maybe try to cut out some of the other bad shit you're doing, right? Don't drink Mountain Dew then. Right? You know you're going to struggle with the cigarettes. It's going to probably take you a minute. So stop the Mountain Dew then. Right? Quit eating the fucking candy. Just scan some of the food that you eat before you eat it and read it. That's all it took for me, too. Like, bro, you scan something and it tells you, hey, this is the chemical that's in it and this is what it's going to do to you. Kind of hard to see a big red fucking dot telling you, hey, if you eat this, it could give you fucking cancer and you could die. And be like, yeah, I'll feed it to my kids. Right? That's crazy. But people do that. They don't know that you do not realize what you're giving your children. You don't realize what you're feeding your kids. The only regular cereal that is not specifically designed to be healthy and organic and not kill you, that doesn't kill your kids, is Honey Smacks. That's it. So go to these fucking convenience stores, go to your grocery store and go on the cereal aisle and look up and down the hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of choices of cereals for you to feed your children, and realize that only one of them isn't fucking them up.
Mm-mm.
One. That's crazy. That is absolutely
True.
insane. It's absolutely insane. It makes me so angry. That part pisses me off. Like, I can deal with the rest of it because I'm like, people going to do what they're going to do, whatever. Grown people make grown decisions. But, man, that's like it. The kids don't know any better, right? They're going to eat what the parents give them. And if you're not fucking paying it, those kids, when we, like, went to full-on, like, all the way healthy, completely, of course the kids I don't want to eat broccoli. I don't like, whatever the hell it is. Shut up and eat it. Right now, it's literally, they can't wait to eat the broccoli. They love it. Oh, look, Javon, fucking his favorite thing to eat is beans and cabbage. He loves it, bro. Beans and cabbage, that's his favorite meal. He's, like, good to go with it. Like, they love the shit. And the food is amazing. It's like, it's the parasites and it's just the addiction of the bullshit, the MSG that's in it and fucking all that shit. You got like a hierarchy of parasites that are in your body too, you probably don't realize. And usually the sugar and the meat parasites are going to get fed first. Those are you're always going to crave fucking, a big steak or a fucking juicy hamburger or whatever. That shit makes me sick in my stomach now, but or something sweet. Right? You don't want something sweeter. That's literally, if you keep craving sweets or you keep craving meat, like you got parasites, bro. It's very simple. You got parasites and they're feeding off of you. You're a host. That's all you are. Get rid of the parasites, you probably won't. Literally, when I finally got my diet right, I used to love steak. I used to love steak. I tried it 3 times to eat it. I can't eat a steak ever again, I guess. Like, I tried. Crazy. And all that shit just, you get a little more healthy, and then you start wanting to be more healthy. Right?
All right, tell me more about that mental health wave then too, because we was talking about shadow work, right?
Yes, exactly. The mental health is the biggest part, bro. Right? I wouldn't be able to do none of the shit I was doing without being able to have the mind and the willpower to do it, right? Because, like I said, the brain, that shit wants to quit when it gets hard. It don't want to have to go too hard. Don't want to have to work too much. It wants to find the easiest way, the best way, and just get that shit done and chill. Right? So what you have to do is you have to have strong mental health to be able to say, no, you don't want to quit right now. Yeah, your legs are burning, but you're still going to do some more squats. You're going to be uncomfortable for a second. You're just going to deal with the stress. You're going to just accept that this is what you're doing. Right? And then it's simple at that point. You accept it and you just fucking do it. But people are just not wanting to accept shit, so they don't do it. Pretty simple. So you can literally just tell yourself, yeah, I can. Right? When you say, I can't do no more, do more. When you say, it's too hard, I can't figure this out. Well, just keep trying. Don't quit. Don't quit until, like, you've already tried to quit 3 times. And then don't quit the 4th time. And maybe on the 5th one you could finally take a break. But don't quit as soon as you think about quitting. That's literally what the devil wants. That's ridiculous. That's how you stay stuck. That's how you don't grow. That's the reason why you haven't grown. Yeah, I know it sounds ridiculous. It's like, I'm a little extreme with it. But these are all just basic shit that everybody can use. Right? It don't have to be like all the way on that extreme of a spectrum, but just consistency is probably the number one thing with anything. right? You're not going to nail it every day. Some days you're going to fuck around and eat too much, right? You're going to skip some workouts that you should have done. You know what I'm saying? You're going to literally probably miss like a meditation, or you're going to get angry or upset. Somebody's going to make you mad. Somebody's going to fucking die, and you're going to be sad. Right? Things are going to happen that you just like are not going to be your best every day. But if every day you try to be the accumulation of those days where you try to be your best, that's it. You're gonna 1%. 1% a day is 365% improvement at the end of the year. That's crazy. That's a 1%. Anybody can do 1% better. And think about this: if you're like at the bottom, oh my God, dude, you got it super easy, right? Because you already ain't doing shit. So it's a lot easier to like grow. Like when you're, I got to do some old ridiculous shit to get growth. Like I got to do, jumping push-ups with holding a rope and like fucking hanging kettlebells from my fucking waist while I do muscle ups and shit. Like really, that's what I've had to do if I want to produce more power or strength or whatever for my muscles. You guys got it easy. All you got to do is correct your diet a little bit and go walking after you eat. And work on your traumas, probably. I think that's probably the first issue. Get your mind right, and then the rest will follow.
Now we're cooking with ether.
You're
like
funny.
the money, cars, the success, all that shit's a byproduct of getting your mind right, getting your fucking pineal gland open, getting that shadow work done, man. Right? Get all that bullshit out of the way. Recognize who you are, what you went through, so you can do it and move on, right? That's what I do.
I'm a big proponent of theories. Even though, like, I know I got a lot of people around me now, especially, you feel me, moving and starting to progress a little bit more in career-wise, I should say. You know what I'm saying? Now people starting to understand what it is I do. I got a lot of people that say, yeah, turning the theory into a methodology. Sometimes it can feel like it's a fruitless task. But all you got is theories when you first getting it going, when you first starting. What else is there? You have no clue. Even if you read all about it, you have no fucking clue. So once you start turning that theory into a methodology, you start doing it. All right, cool. Now it's like, all right, I try to be conscious of other things that I've changed, right? Because once I start making it a habit, the whole point of it is for it to just be so natural. You know what I'm saying? You stop thinking about it. But when you try to start studying, you feel me, the things that you've changed, you feel me, just the things that you think about, right? Because I started thinking about things more positively, and that made me want to be more positive, even if it meant having a more positive impact on my body, right? So like I could fathom working out. You know what I'm saying? After I was like, okay, I have the will to live. Great.
Right.
We talked about, remember, we both said that morning to us when we first got on the call. We was like, man, it's like just excited when you wake up. You just wake up happy, like ready to just conquer the world.
For real. Gee, one of my mantras before I leave out the house, man, I type I look phone, wallet, keys, and I take a deep breath and I say, will to live. If that answer ain't positive, I ain't going out. If I ain't got the will to live with me, G, I ain't doing the day. It's got to pause. It's got to wait.
It's cool. I understand. Sorry, Way.
Go ahead. I have other motivating people. I'm used to being one that's like trying to get everybody else motivated, but like you guys will send me messages and it make me like, if I was trying to think about bullshit, I can't do it after y'all message. But now, damn it, I just listened to that uplifting message from Bristol and now setting up some and people, we're going to speak at the prisons. Like, come on, man.
You know, one thing I've learned from all of the growth and development, but also just conversating with a lot of like-minded folks lately is edification is a huge principle. You feel me? Like being able to, you feel me, keep the positive torch and positive energy going between each other and the resources and the activities, you know what I'm saying, that we actually endorse by participating and supporting with one another, you know what I'm saying? All the shit that's going on at the same time at that. It's a great way to keep the talk therapy at a high level, right? Like a lot of times we can get caught up on problems, and I know that's it's a worldly thing. You feel me? Especially if you sit to yourself solo dolo, you could think of all of the problems in the world. You feel me? But just a little bit of perspective will give you so much insight. People be saying simple stuff to me, and I'm like, "Oh, this $1 trillion system I was having an issue with." Great, you know what I'm saying?
Activated.
On the real. That's what I need. Bad. Great.
Activated. Yeah.
I be update every day. Crazy. You get your frequency more, and it's like you will. And it really is like a download. It seems like epiphanies, just boom. Like I imagine that's where you say you have this vision. It's just I'll be sitting there, and I might not even be thinking about this shit. I might be on some whole thing, and then just out of nowhere, just this inspiration of just like, you know what I should do. I hear it, and then it's like something I've never really even done before, and I'll just look at it, and it's just all of a sudden instantly exactly what to do, how to fix it, or what to do. Like, what the hell? How do I know this? How do I know how to do? How the fuck did I know how to? I don't know how to play the piano like that.
But you do. You use tapped in, and when you tap in, it's like putting a light on. It's like putting a switch on. When you tap in, you put a switch on, then it's like, oh dang, I already have this encoded in me.
It was crazy.
So when you tap in, for sure.
Holy, he's like, I don't know if you realize what just happened. I was like, what do you mean? He was like, you literally just taught yourself how to play the fucking piano in like 2 hours.
Yeah.
He's like,
fine.
Pressing keys, fucking off, you know. I think it was literally the only song that I could really play was like Lean On Me. It was just
Homie sitting at the computer right now.
It's dope.
It's crazy, man.
And what's dope about it is like pure, authentic, divine energy. It's not artificial. That's why we get to reserve. That's why like we get to preserve and reserve. I love AI. I love what we can do with AI. At the same time, we have to protect divine intelligence because it's artificial intelligence ain't got nothing on divine intelligence. And that's why I think people show, like when you're seeing AI and all the great things it can do, instead of being so mesmerized, it's a mesmerize, like be appreciative, be thankful, be mesmerized, but put a cap on that. Make sure you put a cap on that so you're not, that doesn't become an idol and keep you idling. Like you're idling like a car, like because you can't, you now close down, like you close down divine intelligence. Like you put a block on it. Like it's still there, but it's just like, nah, I'm not thinking about divine intelligence right now. But with AI, you can prompt it. People don't realize either, prompt engineering. What I love about AI is because it's going to allow another level, a higher level of creativity, and those who are ascending cosmic creativity on a whole another divine level. And as we come together, like how we do, we all resonate. And as we continue to use our emotional filtration system as well as our spiritual filtration system, we're just going to resonate even more and more and more. And that right there is like a huge spark that can activate. It says like these waves out, waves of energy out to other people to be activated all over the world and other galaxies too.
Yep. Because I said that the other day when we were talking about just in the business sense. We was like, eventually every business, every website, they're all going to look the same. They're all going to be the same. They're all going to be just AI generated because that's what everybody's going to do. And so the only people and the only pages and the only things that'll stick out, right, are the authentic pages, the organic content. So that's what, Gary V, I don't know if you know him, Gary Vaynerchuk. Like this dude literally started in his parents' little mom and pop wine shop. That's all he did. But he literally worked through his whole 20s, like You know, all of his successful friends and shit's driving off in their, you know, Beamers and shit. He's loading, you know, they made fun of him and shit. But he spent his whole 20s just kind of revamping the little wine. Now he's like a multi-millionaire, and all he does is walk around, like, travels the world talking to people, telling them good shit. He literally said this shit years ago. He said, you start building your fucking brand now. Don't wait now, because eventually that's the only fucking thing that's going to matter. It's the only thing that is like your brand, your personal brand, is the only thing that's recession proof. If your whole existence is relying on somebody else's service or product, dude, what are you doing? Your whole existence is relying on somebody else to do their shit.
Literally, your stuff.
Really?
Yeah, and really, what he's saying is create yourself. Like you are the brand. Start building into yourself. I mean, he's really saying self-love on every level. Like tap into your divine self-love. Like I don't think we talk about that. Like divine self-love. What's that?
Whatever they're trying to get me to think, like I'm just like gonna do the opposite. Like if the whole world is trying to get me to look that way, I'm definitely gonna look the other way. Because I always
definitely a cosmic characteristic.
I know how to do that sleight of hand shit too, y'all.
Like I be flicking it off, like get off me, get off me, get off me. Shake it off.
Spirits and the vibrations like that for real. Like people probably think I was crazy, like cussing the devil out. I'll be like, yeah, I've realized like I'm pissed off over like some little simple shit or something. Energy just something, and I just like stop in the middle before I'm like, oh, I already know what this is. I know that. I said, you can get out of here, bro. Like, W ain't fucking whooping my ass, bro. Get out. You're gone. Rebuke.
Not today.
Like, you can't stay. You got to go right now, bro. I don't know who dropped you off, but you better
right.
up.
Right. It just came to me, too. People should be doing, like, command your brain, because it is just prompt your brain. I ain't fighting the devil today. Everything is peaceful, smooth lines. And every time, there's times I've done this with, like, let's just have to be up at like 6 and then go to bed like 3 and then get up at 4 and 5. And I'm like, oh no, I already programmed my brain. When I get up, I'm gonna have full energy. My brain's clear. I'm gonna do X, Y, Z. And every time I do that, it works. Chilling. Like, damn, I'm up like 2 hours. It's 1 hour of sleep by the time, because I'll get up over and over again. And in that 2 hour time frame, not lately, but it's like, okay, so you command yourself. That's what's amazing about AI. You're seeing how you can literally command and train and program your own brain, because it's coming from your brain. It's like reverse. It's like yin yang. Like you're literally
a mirror.
You're programming your brain while you're programming the brain, like over and over again. It's amazing.
Your brain and your body are some of the coolest things ever. And your body's going to do what your brain tells it. We're very simple. It will do what you tell it to do, even if it's not good for it.
Mm-hmm.
The body, it has no choice. It's going to listen to the brain. So you got to that. You figure the fucking mind out, and the body is literally like this malleable like tool. It's like everything all in one like thing. I mean, it's a hammer, it's a screwdriver, it's a gun, it's whatever you want it to be. Literally, you're going to use that body to wield all those tools anyway. Your body can literally be there.
Right. Definitely.
From 6, so Bruce Lee could a 6-inch punch and knock a grown man 200+ pounds off of his feet. From 6 inches, just the length of his finger, he could take his fingers and extend them, put them to your chest, and then just hit you from that far away and knock you off your feet. And he was 165 pounds, maybe even 145 pounds. Little bitty tiny dude. Muscle density of like a chimpanzee. like insane. And he said, be fluid, flow like water, let the energy flow, and that's what you do. Like martial arts is all a form of like energy that you're just learning to transfer through your body. You know, all you're doing is just transferring.
Yeah, that's why making sure your emotional and spiritual and physical filtration system is deep cleaned, no slime, so you can transmute thoroughly, continuously. You need like a self-purification filtration system, like it's self-cleaning. We can command that.
Absolutely.
Kidneys is going to filter all, you know, your liver is going to filter the blood. So all the toxins that's in your blood, your liver filters and gets rid of, right? All the other toxins, like through your digestive system and through all the fluids and shit in your body, your kidneys are going to filter out, and you're going to, you know, dispose of through your urine. You know, all the other waste is going to, you know, come out the other way. But if you're drinking a lot, if you're popping pills a lot, if you're taking a lot of Tylenol, bro, acetaminophen, that shit is hell on the stomach lining, and it is very destructive on the liver. And what you're doing is you're fucking killing the liver. The liver is the only thing that can regenerate. It's like, but once that shit's like cirrhosis, that shit's dead, it's over with type shit. Like, so if you start, like, you're damaging the liver, and the liver is what filters the blood, and the blood is what travels through every single thing in your body, including the brain. Like, how could you possibly think that you're going to be healthy? Literally what you're doing now, all the blood being pumped through your entire existence is toxic.
Right. And you know, just,
same.
Yeah.
And then it just gets worse. Compounds.
Right. Tell me, it sounds like, I mean, is with the body, does the brain have a filtration system inside of it that acts like the liver? It must have something. It has to, because it regenerates new cells.
Blood fluid. So let's see. Yeah, you do have the blood-brain barrier. So it does. Yeah, the brain is kind of separated from a lot of that shit with its own kind of built-in system, because you do have a blood-brain barrier, and that's actually, damn, I'm glad you said that, because that's got me thinking about that now.
Yeah. Brain barriers. See? Yeah. Yep. You're right. Yep, that's what it is.
Oh damn, that just opened
up. If your eyes ever become of your brain, or if your brain ever becomes aware of your eyes, because there's technically a separate organ, then it'll try to shut it down. You'll go blind permanently. You know what I'm saying? If that blood-brain barrier is permeated in any way, shape, or form, yeah, it could end your life. Yeah.
Brain.
Yeah, the eyes are technically a separate organ. So the brain and the eyes are technically operating on separate systems. They're separated by the blood-brain barrier.
And every organ has the same type of it's not the same type of filtration system, but if you think about it, every organ has to have it. That's why we have homeostasis, because they're different systems. Like they're all the heart has its heart cells, it has a function of the brain. So can you imagine that? Like emotionally, like if we could even break it down, like, well, they do that, you know, and speak to your chakra centers, obviously, or speak really, like, tune in and do that allow that process.
How you feel. But I think what most people do is they either ignore the problem, like, which is really the case with most everything. They just ignore it, or symptom, you know, cover it up, mask it. You know, most drug addicts are like unhappy, right? Or so there's abuse they're dealing with, or they don't like their job, or they're not happy with their spouse, or, you know, whatever the case may be. They're not happy with themselves, so they are looking for that false sense of happiness, and they find it really easy in stuff like drugs and food and religion and social media and friendship and relationships and partnerships. That it's very easy to find those things in those type of people and things, right? And really, it's just you haven't took no time isolated to self-reflect. You haven't dealt with trauma. You haven't, actually addressed. You know what? It is this damn job that I don't like. That's making me miserable every day. That's making me come home and be miserable at home. Damn, it's this job. You're just like, oh, shit sucks, but I'm going to just keep going and not pay attention to any of it and just, like, you know what I mean? It's crazy. It's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. And I had a lot. Like, almost all men suffer in silence. Almost every single one of them. And if they don't, the other men call them a pussy or a sissy or like, quit crying. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's very true. And that prevents healing. That smudges your system up. It smudges your system up. That's why femininity, that's why the divine feminine is so important. That's why having that
the tears are like,
we balance each other out. Like,
process through the past, the trauma, that, like, literally there's like a whole etheric connection between just the tears alone. That's why when you get done crying, it's like you've really just been emotional, you get done crying, you feel fucking better. You literally took all that pain, all that grief, and you put it in, and you've expelled that shit from the body.
And some of us need like deep tissue, like emotional. Like, I've heard about people getting like certain pressure points really put like in, because you're holding that so deep. The longer you suppress, the deeper it gets. It's the deeper it gets, because there's layers, because we're allowing ourselves to have total resistance, because there's a structure it's like a whole containment spot. That's why we're always trying to break out of the matrix. But a lot of us have our own self. We're breaking out of one matrix from trauma, whatever, you're creating another matrix. And if you don't do a constant check, and again, accountability, if you don't have, or you're not able to be vulnerable enough to connect with someone that can help hold you accountable, how will you ever know what might be off? And
you won't.
And you won't know. And the thing is that some people need like drill sergeant type of accountability. Some people need like soft resonance, or we all need different things. But if we're unwilling to have that, like, if we're not willing to allow that, it's kind of like you're not willing to really grow successfully or quickly. Like the more accountability you have and you're open to, the more quicker you grow, the more you get in alignment. Yeah. You have to, we have to, we have to birth out, just like we birth out babies, women, or we birth out our dreams. Your babies are dreams. Your dreams are babies. You gotta also do a major detox or birth out the BS. So you can you gotta get it out of your system. You gotta detox. And if we don't detox, I mean, we see what's going on. And I feel like everywhere where there's a whole bunch of instant gratification, those are the sickest people. That's where the most death is, because like they're running off of like a gratification sugar high. And then they just get burnt out, and they're useless, and they're easily devoured. That's where you find most devoured.
Because
and parasites, you find parasites there, right?
Happy, and they never find it. They never buy that thing that makes them happy. They never find that person that makes them happy. They never fucking get it. And they spent all this time looking for it, trying to buy it or meet it or see it, and they never found it. No wonder they're sad.
Because it's inside of them. It's inside of them first. They have to tap in. They have to turn the lights on inside, so you can find a map. You can find the map of resonance. You can resonate, or you can intellectualize.
Basing your happiness on is what it is, though.
And that's what social media.
It depends on your partner. All it takes is for them to have one bad day. That's it. They're your fucking happiness.
Business partners too. It depends on who you have in your circle. Who is resonating with you, and what are they bringing to the table? And that's why a village is so important. That's why community is so important.
also just as important, because sometimes you will have people around you that are giving you great advice. They care about you tremendously. They love you to death. They really are thinking about your best interest. They want what's best for you, and you really should listen, but you don't fucking listen. You don't pay attention. You mistranslate what they say. You think that they have there's all these different things. So it's about how you choose to accept things, because love and relationship is a choice, point blank, period. Love ain't ever enough, bro. You can love the shit out of somebody and abuse the fuck out of them. Yeah. You can deeply love bad and wrong for them.
Yeah, and you made two valid points. Like you could love someone, but if they're not able to receive love, if they're not willing to receive love, it's a kind of like a boomerang effect. Like you can actually hurt yourself. I remember my second husband, he would not receive love, and it was so hurtful. Like I had never experienced something like that, because I'm so loving, and it was crazy. Like he just was not able to. Say it again.
The trauma.
It is some kind of trauma. Yeah, trauma. Yeah, sometimes trauma.
The more you love them, like the less they can accept it. The more suspicious it seems, the more unfamiliar. Think about it. If you were raised in a traumatic household like me, for instance, you know what I'm saying? By all means, I should be like in a psychiatric ward. Like I had the most ridiculous childhood ever. Right? I could definitely see how if I wouldn't have just accepted the things that were happening at a young age, I would be completely mental. I just had to realize, you know what, man, none of this shit that you think is what it is what it is, right? You don't have to take care of you. That's the facts, guys. You know, that marriage doesn't matter like you think it matters, right? That's still just a person that has their own survival instincts, their own base nature. It's literally an agreement, right? And people think that it's this thing that is all set in stone, and we're married now, and it's forever, and our kids are going to be, and this life that I built in my head of this person you are is just how it is and who it is, and that's the way it is. It's just so stupid. It's not at all that way. It's not at all. You're right now. Right. Next month, you'll be a totally different person.
Right.
You're supposed to.
Right.
You're supposed to grow.
Right.
You're supposed to.
You're supposed to grow together. That's where constant heart coherence, being always we have our heart coherence tea that we take, and just also I meditate on being having my heart in coherence. But if you're doing that together consistently and intentionally, you can keep each other on this. You guys can go up together. But if people are not willing to do that, which I feel like it's a duty, I feel like that's an obligation to your residence contract. Like, why wouldn't you do that? You say you love me, you say you care about me, you say you want the best for me. And if you don't want the best for me, you don't care about me, you don't love me, then why are we together? Why are you even get out my field? Get out. You shouldn't even be but then sometimes we attract those type of lessons until we tap in and turn the lights on. Because the other end of the spectrum is there are people who, I'll give an example. Like you were saying, sometimes you can give out people give out this great advice, and then we just don't take it. But there's some people who are not at the level that you're at, and they'll give you all kinds of advice. I've had this happen to me many times. I tried everything before they even told me. Then they told me. Then I'm like, I really, it was uncomfortable at times, because sometimes when people have not done a certain amount of work, or they don't resonate, they're not really understanding your situation, they will not they'll get frustrated. They'll get frustrated because they either don't want to fully help you, they don't know how to help you, and you're not taking their advice makes them feel some type of way. But you've already done that, and that advice is not working. It doesn't work because they have no clue. And I find many people go through that too. They just don't listen. No, they done tried everything, or you don't understand the full situation. And that's another thing, again, back to resonance. Some people, they have good intentions. You need your tribal community, because you can help heal each other without even saying a word. Just your presence, it's literally your presence can help heal people. Just heal and align. And that's what's so amazing about being in having heart coherence. And that's why I love what we get to do as well, because we help people have been hijacked. Their minds, their resonance is being hijacked. If their resonance energy is being hijacked, and we already know this, and there's all kinds of videos out there, why won't we think your mind and everything? I mean, your resonance is the essence of you. So if that's being hijacked, why wouldn't you think that's having an effect on you? That's why, again, heart coherence is important.
And it's having an effect for centuries.
Yeah.
Cathedrals.
Yeah. Thank God we're more aware now. That we're aware that we know we can do something.
You can literally run the sound through. So this is just a cathedral. If you don't play any sound whatsoever, none, you simply just record the silence and then run that vibration through water, the pattern that it creates is the exact pattern on the stained glass windows.
Exactly. I was just watching it yesterday. The pattern in the glass windows, literally, is exactly the same. Like, yo, that's why it's like a holy place. Like holy, like it's pure, like a pure resident vibrational frequency that can balance you out just by sitting, just by even gazing.
Thing, yeah, they're picking up frequency and energy. That's all Tartarian like architecture.
Yeah.
All of that.
Yeah.
And they covered all that shit up about 1800s. Near the 1800s, it was over with. That Chicago World's Fair in 1823 was like the last like spectacle of the ancient technology and all the shit that we had. Most of the shit that's out now ain't new.
There is nothing new under the sun. However, I think that things are progressive. I don't believe that. I think they're uniquely progressive, but the structure of it may not be new, or the concept, the initial raw concept is nothing new, but the progression is always new, right? Because God said, the Most High says, "I make all things new," but yet there's nothing new under the sun, right? So meaning that there had to be a seed, there had to be an original raw starting point, right? So, but yet we know that we clearly can see that the most high is a progressive. That's why we keep evolving or re-evolving. But I can't even say, I think we're kind of doing both, but I think things are starting to level out.
Something big is happening. Because I have been picking up the weirdest signals and energy, and just I'm being prepared for something in my life, I know.
But it's all divine. And even when we want to be made to believe that things are scary, or this is scary because it's new, or it's scary because these people could take over, but really it's divine. It's all divine. It came from a raw, authentic place. And that's when you come to the point where like there's not negative there's not good or bad. In one dimension it is. It's not negative or positive. Like it is negative and I believe that it is negative and positive, but not the way we think it is. Not light and darkness. It's not the same. It's different on different waves. So
I personally believe that shit that CERN's doing is really screwing shit up. Like they literally published the documentation of the entity that they're communicating with from another dimension that they found through their little particle accelerator.
And that's one of many.
Like, report, man. They tell you that they have been communicating with an entity from another dimension for years. For years. And it's been telling them shit. Been telling them what they could do. They're listening.
Right.
They're listening.
Right. And what's so divine about that is when you said that for the first time, like really, like it hit me on a whole different level. So when we see that there's a problem, we have an opportunity, a cosmic opportunity to figure out how we can fix it. And we're all divine, and that's divine. It's divine from the creation of the problem. They say that when there's the same moment that there's a problem is the same moment that there's an answer. We just have to find it. We have to find it, but it's already in us. And so I once read this thing and it said the only thing that humanity really, the hardness of life has everything to do with resistance on every level. What are you resisting? That's why people have such, because your journey, for the most part, well, completely is all in your mind. It's all in your consciousness.
Yeah.
So what, what journey are you going to take? What's your perception?
Right. Because for me personally, a lot of people probably wouldn't agree, but it makes perfect sense to me. When I realized all this shit is temporary, it became a lot easier to be happy. Everything.
I think it's stimulated. I really think it's stimulated too.
Yeah, I think it is too. I think you stimulate it to yourself.
Yeah. I think there's simulation on top of simulation on, like the Matrix is like the
yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah. I think what they do is they realize that it's easier, instead of having to build this whole simulation, right? They just have to kind of fill in gaps, and they get you to build it, most of it yourself.
And that's the whole thing. We are building it. We are just like how we're programming the AI. Every time we use ChatGPT, we're programming it. It's inverted. It's like a reverse thing going on here. It's constant. And it goes down to the smallest cell in your body that's constantly being programmed. Constantly being programmed. Every cell, every thought, every moment. That's why it's important to just be
programmed.
Just be.
And you either need to realize, I think that could be the issue too, is like the people that realize they're being programmed don't get programmed because they realize that's what's happening. You know, it's like they listen to the music instead of just hearing the music, right? They they might watch a movie if they watch TV at all. I barely watch TV at all, really. I'll watch a movie with kids or something. But if I do, like I'm literally paying attention to every little scenario, every little. I've seen those little fucking innuendos that you put in that movie there. Like I'm literally paying attention to the shit. Like I'm not watching that shit like most people watch movies and shit. Like it really kind of sucks once you know shit because you can't unknow it. It's exhausting.
But what's really cool though? Mm-hmm. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I'm just saying it's exhausting, but it's fulfilling. A lot better than mindless obedience.
Yeah. I love what you're saying because like I'm envisioning like a wall with how you throw a ball off of it, and it like if you choose to not entertain certain things, it's like you're putting a wall so that it bounces back. But that's both the wall is a program that can continue with a programmable path, and then to engage with that is also a programmable path. But then there can come a time where you can do completely balance, and now you can infiltrate and consume, and then contain and transmute that situation. But that is what
then you can control it.
You can. And that's what we came to do. We came to transmute and transform. I believe that that's why every single person on the planet, I think that's the only assignment. And it all begins and starts here. It starts
learn
in the inner depths of you.
That's what I've always thought. My purpose is to grow, and then I had children. It's like, well, obviously now my purpose is to, instill everything that I've learned that's benefited me, and also all the bad shit too, right? I think that's the part where most parents get it wrong. They want to be their kids' friend, and they tell them all the good shit that's good for them, and they, introduce them to all these things that are beneficial, and this is what you should do, but they don't fucking talk about none of the bad shit. They don't talk about they don't talk about, if they had a drug problem when they were younger. They don't tell their kids about, all the, mistakes they made. They don't talk about the one night stands. They don't talk about none of the bad shit, which is the most important fucking lessons, guys.
It's like, right. It's like giving your kid artificial coloring and and they say that the darker the fertilizer, the darker the shit, the better the production quality of your vegetation. So the darker the shit, stop putting GMOs. GMO. We need to come up with an acronym for that. What would be gross?
I thought the other day I thought rebrand a bunch of this shit.
Yeah.
Just like totally, like the whole golden green shit. Like that shit is so manipulated, and it pisses me off because so many people fall for it, and they get sucked into this because they feel like, and it's marketing like it's this good thing, right? It's just, we're helping the planet, we're helping, and there's so many like fucked up agendas behind that. Like the carbon footprint that they're wanting to reduce is you guys,
right?
You of carbon,
literally to the T. That's why the robots. That's why everything's going on. That's why listen. Y'all need to get where my G's at. That's the dopest. Get the book. Get the book. And also, yeah, right. And
like acting behind this whole movement. And I got scared for a second. I was like, this is a little scary here, man. Like they're actually getting pretty far with this, like making rice illegal shit. Like, I hope this don't get too far out of control.
It will until we stand up. That's why our missions are very important, and bringing people into heart coherence is so important because they illegally from birth without thought. They had a program to enslave everyone on every level.
Yeah, man,
I think Daphne wants to say something.
We're pretty good at it, man.
That's all good. I'm enjoying the conversation.
Yeah.
I'm thoroughly enjoying it. It's nice to not talk and be able to just listen, right? Because people got something to say.
Yeah. Oh, it's so
that's refreshing. I'm beyond conspiracy theory. I think my time in the Air Force, and me going all over the world, and like I said, my job as a war planner, with me getting the kind of view of the whole globe and how any military system would view power, right, and view pivoting power. And so when you think about this power distribution that we have right now in the United States, that's very imbalanced, and the resource distribution that comes with that power, right? Then you would see why all the technology, all the advances, all the trickery is because once you get to this level of power imbalance, the next step is war, right? Because people going to rise up when they can't eat. So of course they're going to try to figure out something, try to figure out ways to use technology to be a countermeasure, right? Just because if you don't, people coming knocking at your door pretty soon. They coming, they beating your door down. You're not gonna be able to hoard all these wealth and resources without some type of countermeasure. You see what I'm saying? Otherwise, I mean, a lot of us are getting hungry enough where we're finna run up. We're finna run up to your house. So, huh?
Most people, I would say, before I let mine starve, I would take shit. It's that simple.
Right.
Like, if it's a survival, let's just be honest here. Guys, it's survival of the fittest at that point, right? If it's literally, if it's scarcity of resources to, all right, well, there's 100 people and there's only enough to feed 10. Man, I hate it for you other 90 folks, bro. I'm really sorry, but we eating.
And yeah, so that's what I said. So the list they go in is because they understand this, and so of course you want to wipe us off just because, like I said, it's just to me the idea that certain people, certain bloodlines, certain things feel like the earth belongs to them, and therefore they can do whatever they want. I will never understand. It's mind-boggling to me. Just because it's like it's mind-boggling. It's like this is a giant planet. So it's like, what? Why do you want to wipe out people on here when the planet's so giant? Like, I don't understand.
Right? And you think you run shit.
Right.
Like, we are living. Like, it is a organism. It's the body. That's what's crazy.
It's very. I'll never understand. It's crazy, crazy. Y'all inspired me. I've been building this whole time. I had to get off the camera because I started typing. Y'all got me. I've built out like a whole.
I do that
whole,
too.
Whole section on our site.
I'll be on the board. I got shit wrote down.
Yeah, y'all just gave me some inspiration. So thank you.
Yeah, love it. Thank you. Honestly, we almost didn't do the episode. If Crystal wouldn't have been persistent and been like, "Hey, man, where's the link?" I was like, "All right, man, fuck it, let's do it. Let's make this happen." I love it.
I thought we missed it. Daph and I are like, "Yo, we need to hit, yeah." Like,
we hadn't heard from you all, so we've been wanting to connect with you. So I mean, like I said, just to keep the energy flowing. I mean, especially when you think about these times, like we need each other. We just spending too much time away from your divine family is not a good thing in this moment in time in history. So
go together. That's true. Right. And that's really like it's been a very it's been a very consistent and positive thing for me, and I'm sure everybody else. Just doing these, like when we started just doing the little podcast things, like that really just produced a lot of growth and energy, and it really wasn't like this grand thing. It was just me and Josh talking one night and was like, "Hey, we should do a podcast." And I think it was like I think it was like that night. It was like 2 hours later we was live doing it. So, and just that, like he calls it the talk therapy, and it definitely is, man. Having somebody that is of like-mind and frequency, that it doesn't have an agenda, no ulterior motive. They're not trying to swindle you out of nothing. They're not telling you some shit you want to hear so they can get this thing out of. It's none of that. It's just people that are vibrating with their, like, people doing their own fucking thing, right? It's like we don't need each other. It's just a gravitation toward each other because we're all focused on the same thing. We all want to empower people. We all want to help people. We all feel like there's a lot of shit that is like a known thing that nobody fucking wants to speak about, right? Whether they'd be scared or whether they just don't know how to talk, or, maybe they're nervous or camera shy, whatever it is. There's just a whole lot of shit that's out there that can help a whole lot of people. Nobody fucking speaks. Nobody says anything. And if they do say something, and all it takes is one person to fucking troll on them, or one of their friends or somebody close to them to fucking talk shit or hate on them, and then oh fuck, I guess I'll quit. Like, dude, the hell with all that. I've gotten in trouble my whole life for not shutting up. Right now, I actually got something to talk about. Think I'm gonna shut up now? Hell no. I've been talking shit my whole life, and that's all it was for the first half of it, was just talking shit. Now I'm actually talking some shit that can help people. Oh, yeah. If I wouldn't turn down then, I ain't fucking turning down now. And I got some people behind me supporting it, too. Yeah, we're going to ride this bitch till the wheels fall off. Yeah, if you're a piece of shit, you're going to hate me. It's beautiful to see people like growing though, and it is kind of cool to know that you can like influence people's lives in a positive way. That's like a whole nother high right there. We're talking about the way that the body works and the chemistry and everything. That feeling, I think the only thing close to that would be like performing live and like not sucking doing it. That's pretty.
And that's what we're going to be doing, and that's what we need to have a meeting on, because we're going to be doing that. I have a whole vision. I think I showed you a little bit about. I think I told, maybe I didn't. I was telling Naeem and you. Oh yeah, we get to do that. And what it was coming to me too is a lot of times the like Zooming, like being on camera was not as real to me. I was having a hard time with that. But I'm realizing the more that we're in heart coherence, it doesn't matter. It's just like that tree you talked about, and that
Yeah.
your friend there, it's resonant. It's just like energy flow. So we don't, it's therapeutic, man. It's therapeutic because you're in heart coherence. And it is like a wave. And for those who haven't checked out the Wave coin. Wave, you need to tell them about that Wave coin.
The crypto token. We're actually starting to add liquidity to it and stuff again. I signed a couple of LP deals with some other projects that's growing. IPT, like that dude's got a project. We just did a liquidity pool deal, so we've got scheduled burns and like locking liquidity in and everything. But originally I was going to use the Wave token and actually have like utilities for it, right? So my plan is to ultimately have it used for basically any service or product that we like offer, right? So if anything that I personally offer, you could use that as a form of payment, but also donations to nonprofits and things like that. That's what I'm specifically working on now, is setting up deals with other like projects that are just giving back to the community and helping, and just working out a way to where we can incorporate the token with their existing business or nonprofit as a source of funding, donations, charity. We're going to do like raffles and fundraisers and all kinds of shit. It's going to be pretty dope. And definitely, tokenization is definitely, well, that's like the new wave. So we're already ahead of the game. And we're probably bridging over to other chains very soon too. So not probably, we definitely are. Yeah. So.
I see Hikma just came online. I told him to tap in.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know if y'all like. I'm so up. I've been. My schedule's been all over the place. But like 9, 10, but chilling.
Hey,
I'm up wide awake now.
just in a wave, y'all just, like I said, y'all just gave me a huge mathematical equation.
Yeah. Listen. So like, get us residents on the phone, like, because get the residents on the phone, and then or on the Zoom, and then here we go, just sparks. And get that's why we need more builders. Yo, if y'all haven't registered to get your gift test done, you need to contact us at Celestial Sanctuary, right? Celestial Spring Sanctuary, and get your, and it's .org, and get your gift assessment done. We get to help each other in our service, in our sanctuary. We help get you activated and equipped, right? How can you can't activate what you don't know about? And what there's over 1 million gifts. Over 1 million types of gifts. Can you imagine? Which makes total sense, because it's like what, 7 point something billion people. Of course that makes sense. Can you imagine that? Like, we gotta think out of the box. Like, can you imagine how divine you are?
That's crazy.
It's mind blowing. Like, mind blowing.
And
yo.
Cool. Walking around right now that are just brilliantly gifted and are insecure. Right? They are immensely powerful and feel weak. Right? They are the most capable beings in the universe, and they are dependent. So crazy. It's either they're not aware. Most people just really like aren't aware that these things exist. Right? Like they hear you say, hey, it's just as simple as believing that you're going to be successful and attracting that frequency. They think you're full of shit. You're just gatekeep. You just don't want to tell me how you made all that money. And it's like, no, I did tell you, but you just don't believe it. You won't accept it. It's like, it's as simple as you could just decide one day, you know what, I just don't care about money no more. And you fucking won't. I promise you. I had to literally like tell myself, you got to start caring about money just a little bit more again, right? Like, because I just completely gave all of it away and was like, fuck that, I don't need it. It's evil. It's like, I don't, and just really kind of for the first time in years, not broke, but put myself like in a financial like tight spot because I have like money investments and things, and I was just like, the hell with the cash. I just didn't want, and then like I had to do all this extra work because I didn't even have a cash reserve or nothing, so I was having to pull out of investments just because I just decided that I didn't want nothing to do with this shit anymore. It was like ridiculous, absolutely crazy how it controls everybody and nobody even fucking understands. You never
It's
even.
like,
If I like that and you know about it, you're eventually not going to trust me. Eventually, you're not going to believe nothing I say. You're gonna, even if you really want to, finally you're gonna be like, all right, man, all right, fuck that. I ain't listening to anything else you say, right? But you guys literally trust the banks. You guys literally trust the government. You guys literally, they lie to you. You admit they lie to you, and yet you still wholeheartedly 1,000,000% have faith that they're going to do everything for you.
literally
Insane.
You
And
give,
then, like,
it's insane. You give your brain, you let them take the seat of your brain, and that's insane. That's why you're insane. And also what I was learning, not to cut you off, but I was also learning that I was learning, say it again.
It's crazy. It's fifth generation warfare. They use like social media and all that shit to just turn you against each other. Right? So you got the same ones that are like, man, fuck the system. I don't fuck the police and all that dumb shit. It's like, dude, you're still just like another side of that coin. You're just another part of that same problem in a different way. Right? Because first of all, you're screaming, fuck the police, fuck the system, and all this, but you don't know how to. You don't know. You've never even been in a garden, right? You might know how to walk up with a 9mm and shoot somebody, but you're not hitting no fucking deer from 100 yards away.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Right. You don't know how to like. You don't know how to like build.
Be productive with it. You don't know how to be productive with it. You don't know how to produce. If you only know how to take, you know how to take a life, but you don't know how to produce like a deer. Right. Okay, it's an animal, it's life, but still you don't know how to produce.
Glorifying it, which is insane to me, which is crazy. So wait a minute. So let me get this straight. We're bragging now on the bodies that we've extended. That's a bragging line.
Definitely, we're just talking about that.
To the culture.
Yeah.
When that became to glorify.
Yeah. We listen, we were literally talking about this, even like women getting their bodies done. It's like, oh, it's okay to feel good, but the thing is that we're seeing that just as men or people.
No, yeah. I can look at this and tell whether you're fucking telling the truth or not. You can see it like this. You actually took a life. You could, when, dude, nobody brags about this. All the people that went over and served, and they don't come back over here bragging about all the people they murdered. Right? That's crazy.
Yeah, right. I never met anybody doing that. They're all traumatized, as they should be. As they should be. And they need to be aligned, because hurting your brother and sister in the name of someone else's war is ridiculous.
Pretty crazy too, right? If people that aren't even really murdering people, like you don't even have the balls to murder someone, but you brag on murdering people, that's even like more confusing to me.
You're a walking zombie. You're a walking zombie. Wickedness will not depart from you if you do not align. That's a scripture in Proverbs. Those who do wickedness will not depart you. It will not depart from you. If you do not let it go, like if you don't go into a serious, like make a U-turn, wickedness won't. It's a whole vibration. It encapsulates you.
To be empathetic to other people, to to care what I was doing and how it affected the other. Because I lived like my younger years. I've always like taught that if I saw somebody struggling, I'd help them. You know what I'm saying? I just don't. I grew up with nothing at all. That's why I'm fucking made it happen. So I see somebody struggling. I see me as a kid struggling, and it's just like I wouldn't want fucking somebody to screw me over when I felt like that. So I would have needed somebody to help me in that case. So that's just what But I definitely didn't give a damn what y'all had going on. I didn't care what you thought about me. I didn't care if my music was too loud. I didn't care if you didn't like me. You know what I'm saying? I didn't care that I hit on your girlfriend at the bar. Like, I don't care what you got going on because I'm doing me. And that was like how it was. Me and mine's good. You'll be good as long as you just leave us alone type shit. Like,
Right.
And not a good at all. Selfish and like, just, I don't know. Now I'd whoop my ass if I seen me back then. Like me fighting. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I'd be like, shit, bro, you ain't even gonna be considerate of, now I like do stuff like take the neighbor's trash can back to her, like if somebody's like broke down on the side of the road, like I stop and help them, if somebody's like struggling and needs assistance, like, oh, just offer assistance. Like, who cares? Not that bad. You're gonna do a whole lot of shit fucking really not good for you and feel fucking worse.
Right.
Why not do a couple actually helping somebody, benefiting someone in some way, and you feel better every time. You really do. You feel fucking so much.
Literally. And it's like empathy encapsulates a person, but it has like a dual thing. Like it encapsulates the person who needs the urgent or immediate attention, but there's like a residue. There's like a residue that's left, like blessing. Like it's like you get a commission out of it. Like you get your own return. You get your own return, and that's why when people feel so defeated, it was coming to me when we were talking. You feel so defeated because you believe the lie that you have to be independent, and you have not allowed yourself. You gave way. You threw out interdependence. There is no way. We were not created to be independent the way that it is being marketed to us. We are created to be interdependent and help one another and carry one another's burdens, meaning create a space of empathy, a place of as a safe place for people to unload their baggage and really look through the baggage and see what is the gems here, or how can this be transmuted here? What can we do now? And put it in layers, like stashes, like we need to section it. Okay, so what's the first things we get to heal and transmute? Right. But if a person who has come a long ways or they're on their journey, they never get a chance to unload, or they don't ever feel like, you don't really even have to have a person around on one level, but we always have people around on another level. You can just tap in yourself. But the whole thing with interdependence is that we are on a chain. We're all connected to each other. So it is a great, what if we started looking at the ability to be interdependent and also the ability to unload baggage as a whole currency? Like your ability to be vulnerable and open is actually a whole currency in itself. That the more open that you are to interdependence, the more value you give to yourself, and you give it back to other people, because you're allowing people to do what they're good at. You're allowing people to pour into you. You're allowing, like for instance, like I think about stores. Okay, you're allowing it there to be a Walmart, TJ Maxx, whatever, Whole Foods. Like you're allowing that whatever's in that person's storehouse inside of them to be given and examined to give to you to put something together, because everything is always working out for your good if you let it. If you allow it, even if you don't allow it, even if you're not aware of it, it's always working out to your good. No matter if and sometimes what we think is not good is really good. Again, it goes back to the fertilizer. The darker the shit, the better the produce. And so that is why we have got to break out of the illusions, and we always have to do a self-examination, because we don't know if we got stung or bit, or you don't know if you have a tick on you. You don't know if you have parasites in you. You don't know what you walk through the bushes. You walk through the wilderness of your experience. You don't know if you have a tick sucking life out of you. You don't know if you have a sliver. You don't know if you have a small hairline cut that something creeps in, a bacteria that could take your life. That's why interdependence and accountability and having your vibe tribe and being open is so important. You gain when you're able to be vulnerable. And there's levels of vulnerability. Right?
There definitely is levels of vulnerability, for sure. There's levels to everything, man. That's what people don't realize, man. And you got to go through the levels. Right? Everybody that's successful, they had to go through those same levels, right? They had to get their mind right. Then they had to get I guarantee just about all of you, unless their success and money was inherited, right? Unless their parents or their family gave it to them, they had to get healthy. They had to get their mind right. They had to do some education-based shit, right? They had to learn. They had to read. They had to, add shit up. So they had to go through all of these stages and all of these levels to get to where they are. Like I told you, Grant Cardone's like one of the most popular real estate dudes. I mean, literally everybody listens to him about making money. He was a drug addict before he was a billionaire. Right? And now, you know what he does? He literally talks about his experiences and uses that to help other people. So, that's, he said something that was very profound. He said, if you could be a drug addict, he said that's what one of his buddies told him, that just kind of like made him just realize, damn, he's right. His buddy told him, he said, if you could be a drug addict, you could be anything. Think about it. A drug addict is not happy at all. They're miserable. Every drug addict doesn't want to be one. It's not like they're happy with their addiction. Right? They know all the people that are down in somebody that's like struggling with addiction or what. They know all the shit that you're saying. Right? You don't have to call him a junkie. Right? He knows he's a junkie. The people know how. That's a hard life to live, man. If you could wake up and do that shit every day, you could definitely be a billionaire.
Right. And they know that person's a junkie, but they don't know that they got three fingers pointing back at them, that they're just as much as a junkie. See, only a junkie can recognize a junkie. And that's why we really need to be mindful when we're judging. We can assist. Anger's
your drug. Facebook's your drug. Religion's your drug.
Yeah. Fear. Because I learned that before you're angry, you're hurt. So hurt is so many people like, yo, I'm gonna make this, and it's true. I remember there was a point in my life that I was like, really, I became consciously aware. I remember it's April 7th of like 2019 or 20, and I was like, yo, I'm dealing with another narcissist. What the heck is going on? And I had to there's been layers of studying, like, what in the world am I doing? And I realized that I was allowing myself, and this has been continuous, and I know where it's coming from. So I continuously am working to clean that area out, but attracting narcissists and experiences so that I could get the feeling of, I could hit the depths so that I could transmute that energy into motivation to get me to do. So many people use that, but that is actually low vibration. It's low vibration and you can use that to catapult up, but that can become an addiction. It's trauma cycles. Like, it's an addiction, and the only reason why you're doing that is because it comes back to you. It keeps pointing back to you. Like, okay, so what I learned is that I was doing that, and it was actually a codependent. It's codependence, and then you have to go back to, okay, so where did that come from, or what did it, And listen, man, sometimes, like, healing is progressive. Healing is a progressive thing. It can be instant. The quicker the less resistance, the less restriction, right? The better the blood flows, the better the water flows, the less restriction or resistance we have, the quicker things get into alignment. The less restriction means there's more oxygen getting into your healing, just like into your brain, into your heart. The more oxygen that's getting into your healing, the more oxygen that's getting into your wholeness. You inflate wholeness instead of brokenness. But see, the thing is, with trauma is real. But like I said, I feel like trauma has been so marketed, and you got to think about it. That's why we have all these psychiatrists, pills, all these health groups. Why? Because the pain and suffering is the most marketed thing out there, and people don't know. They don't know that. Yeah. And I remember talking to this brother during my healing journey, and just to be a little transparent, like, so I'm in the middle of a divorce from a spiritual narcissist. Like, how in the world did I get it? But I've experienced different type of narcissism, and I hate the word narcissism. I hate that word, but I have experienced, and that comes from trauma. Even narcissism comes from trauma. It's how we interpret it. So it's a trauma. Something happened to that individual that it is part of their coping mechanism. And they say we're all slightly narcissistic. And I do believe that everything has a gauge. But yeah,
the issue or trauma. So they don't know how.
Yeah. And
they don't want to, they don't accept it, because it's like they were never taught how to deal with it, so they never have dealt with it. So it's not a thing, right? And when you address it as this thing, they get defensive because they've never dealt with it.
And it's a self-preservation, because they never dealt with it. It was cultivated by also their codependence, and I need to protect and self-preservation. And then on top of it, they're highly empathic. So when people say, oh, well, the narcissists prey on the empathic, they are highly empathic themselves. Right. These individuals are highly empathic. And some people say that, I heard it from a different perspective. They said some people's empathy was activated through trauma. It was, and it makes sense. And so it's a self-preservation thing. It's not a bad thing to be empathic, but yeah, sometimes severe level of trauma experiences made you empathic. But then we have to evaluate the seed. You have to make sure that you take the debris off of that seed, the trauma seed. That's why shadow work is so important, because you got to make sure that you take the debris and whatever needs to be cut off, the mold, if there's any mold on that, like, however, you need to make sure that the seed of your empathy is aligned.
Shadow work off either.
Say it again.
It's going to get to a point to where you've done it. You're just, you know what I'm saying? You have to keep working on yourself.
It should be regular maintenance. Shadow work, let me make that post. Shadow work should be regular maintenance. That's a regular maintenance. It shouldn't be,
shadow work shouldn't even be, because it shouldn't be something in the shadows and hidden. And it should be, literally the sleep schedule, like back in, I think it was like medieval London, they would wake up at 3 o'clock in the morning to process their dreams. That's how, like, in with shit they were back then. That was literally a normal sleep cycle for that part of the, like, they would wake up 3 o'clock, 3 to 4 o'clock, and then just talk about their dreams and process them and try to figure it out, and then go back to sleep.
Yeah. It's all part of your filtration system.
Now people live in boxes and don't talk to each other.
Yeah.
So weird. It's like I don't know if I'm getting weird when I get older, but the more and more and more I just feel like, man, I don't fit in here anymore, man. I don't agree with none of this.
That means we're graduating. We get to go to the next level, the next dimension. We don't fit in. We don't fit in here. No, we don't.
I was looking at everybody doing all this stuff, and I was thinking like, yeah, but why are you doing that?
Because they're asleep and are yeah.
So you mean there's just a bunch of people walking around doing shit, and they don't have you don't have a reason. That's one thing I tell my kids, bro. It's like, if you can't think of, you better be able to give me one good reason why you're doing whatever it is that you're doing. It's like, I'll be pretty lenient if you can give me one like reasonable explanation for why. Otherwise, so there's no point or purpose other than just doing.
Mm-hmm.
To me, that's insane.
Yeah, it's programmed. A lot of it's there's so many different types of. We don't realize how many different ways we can be programmed. On every vibration, there's an opportunity to be. There's open source. Every vibration is literally an open source to be programmed. Like every vibration.
That you don't see that broadcasts data constantly.
Say it again.
It's right by facing camera.
Yeah.
Yeah, literally, it downloads and imprints and sends data into your retinas, into your brain, subconscious, and everything constantly all day long.
Yeah, it's
Nobody
true.
knows it. You can catch it if you take a picture of your phone.
What is it
sometimes
called?
With the flash. It's literally like you know where your front-facing camera is on your phone?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a little red infrared light right beside.
I've been seeing that. Yeah.
It literally broadcasts infrared data constantly.
Yeah, literally, that's what I was thinking. Like, that's why you don't even. The people are like, oh, when you talk, your phone records. Heck, when you look, iridology. You don't look up iridology. They are literally programming, constant programming. That's why I'm gonna put a tape on it. Listen, that's why it's good to put your phone. We need to get some encrypted phones too. We need to be putting that on our to do that. We need to get Jay Johnson on here too.
Too soon.
Say it again.
Have been, but they're really.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh well.
Yeah.
Something's got to be done.
Yeah.
I mean, if that is happening, is just what's frightening to me. Right, like that's the most frightening part. Never mind that nobody's standing up and fighting. You know what I mean? I think that really that's probably statistically because there really is nobody knows about it. I feel like that if people really knew what was going on, they'd have to say something, right? If they really knew the shit that was happening, they'd have to be like, no, hell no. Oh, hell no. We got to. So I think it's really, we don't need to get mad at anybody. We just need to really make people aware of what's happening. Because once I first started paying attention, it ain't like nobody told me that I needed to do nothing about it. I felt like that shit I was going to do something about it. You can't find out and know shit like that and just be like, oh, well, let's go back to Knox County.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it's more just making people aware. Hey,
exactly.
you do realize this is what's going on, right?
Mm-hmm.
People can't really think past next week.
I know.
I mean, most people, real thing, most people's biggest decision is a vacation.
Mm-hmm.
like a crazy. That's crazy. So the biggest thing you've ever planned and actually done and went through to the end and seen it through is a vacation.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
You know?
The leisurely activity.
Yeah.
The biggest thing. And you acted like it was this grand. Like maybe you could celebrate it like it was this life-changing experience. If it was like back in Magellan days, you had to like literally sail over there or some shit.
Mm-hmm.
But it's like, bro, you took a plane like for a couple hours and went and like ate fast food and shit.
Right.
Not that aggressive, but that's the biggest thing you've ever planned. In. That was me. I've never done anything cooler than a vacation. Man,
Mm-hmm.
I feel pretty upset. If I couldn't survive a $400, I'd be pretty upset.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. I love this conversation.
Oh yeah, this is a great one.
Crazy.
Yeah. Yeah.
Man, I didn't even realize it was 2:30.
And not being ashamed again, like there's so much shame is the resistance, shame is the restriction, the concept of like it's a subliminal projection that we always see that in every way we have to examine if we're being pimped out and how we're being pimped out. Who if you are not controlling you, or if you're not just letting what I believe the Shekinah glory, the Holy Spirit control you, if you're not staying plugged in or choosing to be intentionally being plugged in, even if you don't feel like you're plugged in, like you're just you're not in a good situation, man. Like you're not in a good situation. It you let shame creep in. Shame. It's so subtle. So subtle. And it manifests in so many different ways. That's half the reason why it has such a vibration to it.
People are shameful of the trauma or embarrassed of the situation, or it's an uncomfortable thing to talk about and go through. So they just don't.
Yeah. Yeah.
Or my found out, or oh, if my wife or my husband found out, or oh, my kids found. Like, that's one thing. I always told, like, I don't even like my kids about sound.
Right. And that's where it comes.
To me, it's batshit crazy. And now, I know the history. I know what the hell you're doing on Easter. I know all about. And I know all about Moloch 9 months later when you sacrifice those babies, calling it Christmas. And when Jesus was supposedly born, you know what I'm saying? I know about all that shit. But even before I knew any of that, I just thought it was absolutely insane that my mom would sit there and tell me, now make sure you always tell the truth and do what you're supposed to do and be honest and da-da-da-da and all this. And you lied to me since, like, the beginning of my understanding. You told me that this magical fat dude in a suit comes like and gives us presents every like what is that about?
It's programming.
Why about this imaginary fucking person that does not exist? Why don't you just tell him, hey, you know what I did? I worked fucking hard and I bought all these presents for you. Love you. Why don't you make this whole crazy ass fucking thing about this dude? Then he rides this sleigh with reindeers and does all this crazy, fantastical shit. And then they have to come.
Remember, it was made up so it could be marketed. because it's all market.
is.
This is all, this controls, and so many people don't realize, and they're so controlled. Oh, I couldn't get my kids a present. What are you talking about? You wake up and you take care of them every day. That's a present. You every day we get presents, but and if you just like every month has a holiday in it. Man, I mean, there are so many programs running, intentional programs out there. These programs, people pay for these programs. They pay for programs, and then you pay for programs. You pay every time you allow yourself to be an open source that's programmed, and you choose not to address it, or you choose not to stay enlightened or get enlightened. You choose, because when you don't choose, you do choose at the same time.
That is the only failure. That's what people don't realize. People are so scared to fail. So what if I try and don't make it? What if I try it and do my best and it don't happen? Bro, the only way you fail is if you don't do it. If you don't do shit because you're scared to fucking take the first step, you fail by default. That's crazy. Might as well try it.
Right.
Might as well try it. Lose it.
And that's what I'm thinking about, the talent, right? The talents. Like you don't lose ever, no matter how it turns out. If you're intentional. And sometimes we need to be intentional about being still in your mind, being still.
I'm saying you.
Like
that's what
right. Can you imagine? Oh my gosh, that's another post I gotta post. Can you imagine being still, being intentional about being still? Like we call that meditation, but a lot of people don't really meditate like that. Sometimes you need to be intentional about being still in your uncomfortability, because that's where growth is, because you're birthing out a new growth, a new baby, a new growth lesson.
Nobody just sits down first time and it's just easy. That was the greatest thing ever. No, hell no, it's uncomfortable. But like you said, you got to sit there in that uncomfortability until it becomes not so uncomfortable. And then the next, maybe the first time you don't get it at all. First time I ever meditated, I was sitting there thinking, this is the most retarded shit I've ever seen in my life. All we're doing is sitting in the floor, closing our eyes. That's what I thought. I was like, this is stupid. But I'd open an eye every couple of seconds, look around, and I was like, no, but still fucking, everybody still got their eye. I'll bow my head and pray some more, I guess. But I thought it was silly. Didn't like it, didn't feel, it was uncomfortable. The second time, it was easier. Well, I didn't feel so uncomfortable anymore. I still didn't like get no out, but shit, man. Then it went from that to a whole 45 minutes, like tuned all the way out. Like somebody slapped me, hey, get up, bro. Right, it's just being still. It's desensitizing, really. I think that's a big part too. People are more empathetic because they've been through shit. They care more about other people because they have had people not give a fuck about them.
Mm-hmm. And you think about this, yeah. What about being empathetic to ourselves? We're not even that's a common thing. We're not empathetic to most of us, including myself, are not empathetic. It's self-pride. Your self-pride goes before a fall. It beats you up. It's unproductive. Mm-hmm. We need to detach from that. We need to we need to transmute that. We need to, we need to be held accountable. And I've heard people talk about this in different ways. Be held accountable for not for giving yourself the grace and the space and empathy. Like we do need people. We need more people that hold you accountable to be to being having empathy for yourself, because that is a triggering response for healing. That is turning the lights on inside of you.
That is yeah. It's absolutely true.
It's it's balance. It's balance. And balance is alignment. Yeah.
Like that. I've just started doing that.
Yeah.
Where I'm just like, you know, I feel like I need to do this, and I just do it. Usually, I'm like, you know, I mean, a lot of men, believe it or not, that's how they go about life. Most men never really do what they want. If they got a family, they don't ever fucking get to do what they want. No, they don't.
Yeah.
The man is not going to fucking literally have a whole entire wife and kids and just do what the fuck he wants.
And
Bro,
that's
you're
a
an
good,
asshole.
yeah. And yeah.
Off and you know, or go hit the studio and you know, hang with the homies on the block and get a whole family and a wife and kids. Dude, what the fuck are you doing, man?
Yeah, exactly. Right.
Forget to things or you know, search after their passions or they don't get none of that shit. You know, maybe on the weekends they get it.
Yeah, those who are really putting them. Yeah, a lot of times they don't get that. But then again, we see a lot of selfish people that I think that self-sacrificing behavior needs to be sacrificial behavior needs to be balanced because and maybe we need to even rename that word in that vibration because so many people feel like they're overgiving, they're sacrificing, but it depends. Like one culture, for instance, might look at a word or an action differently than another culture. It's the same thing with how are you internalizing this? Like, how are you internalizing?
A lot of things people don't understand that either. Like maybe their love language is physical, like interaction, right?
Mm-hmm.
But maybe you prove your love through your works, right? Well, all the stuff that I do for you, type of thing. That simple thing right there, I could try all day to build you hard and you know fix on shit and work shit and produce businesses and all that, and none of that's going to be perceived as love. None of it's going to be perceived as anything remotely close to love, because I'm not all the time physically like jumping on you and you know what I'm saying. That simple thing like that. A lot of relationships is just that miscommunication because there is no communication. Mm-hmm. You never said you know craved or needed physical touch, right? He never sat down and told you that I don't know shit about that fucking affection shit. I ain't never had nobody show me no affection. All right, so that little there that could have literally solved everything never happened.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. And you know, even I'm thinking about like autism and those there are people who that I believe that's also autism is linked to a traumatic response too, whether it's a chemical, whether it's induced chemical, or because trauma induces, I mean, it produces chemicals too, right? But we have, you know, created weapons, engineered trauma chemicals that can put you in a state where, you know, some autistic people they don't feel much, or Asperger's they don't, and so the same thing with just trauma, you can just shut off. So
I'm not going to between the. I'm going to study the actual chemical responses in like to trauma, because I bet that correlates to the vaccine rate and the rise, because it used to be.
It does for a fact. It does. They used to have a vaccine fund. My son had a major reactions to vaccines, and
one has autism.
Yeah, I have two or three children that have autism, and the rest of them are taking shots. This is also food-based vaccines and food. This is
environmental. There's a company in California, I can't biotech or bio something. That's literally what they do. They grow cabbage and lettuce and broccoli and all that shit with the mRNA vaccine already built in.
And they've been putting vaccines in food for a long time. Again, that is why it's important to speak over and vibration. being intentional. Back to the tree. Just being
Well,
so intentional. In
engineered
yeah.
to
Realizing
kill a
that you have self-worth, high self-worth, so you can be intentional about changing the dynamics of everything in your world, including your food and the vibration of your food.
You know what? If you're looking for somebody to save you, change every fucking thing you're doing in your whole life right now. Do everything that you're doing the exact opposite.
Okay.
First thing you got to
Yeah.
you ain't got a choice or victim or ain't nothing you can do, then don't. I would wake up tomorrow and whatever you thought about doing, do the exact opposite just for tomorrow.
Yeah. And see how long you can maintain that vibration. The longer, I think I heard like 17 seconds. If you can maintain, do a practice of holding your vibration, your intentions for 17 seconds. So powerful. Do that for like 21 days. 17 seconds of a good feeling, a good how.
Later, that's crazy. That's crazy because like I already knew those types of things from the spiritual side of like studying this shit, but that like the actual seconds and numbers and shit, I got that from a neuroscientist and his whole like presentation and like works and shit, studying that exact same thing. So I was like, damn, you'd expect to hear that like from like a holistic person or like a spiritual healer or something, you know what I'm saying? But you wouldn't expect that shit from a neuroscientist to be like, oh yeah, you know, just thinking about shit for 17 seconds is gonna attract fucking that kind of.
Yeah.
And he had the data.
Yo, we should do that. Wait, why don't we do that? We'll put a post out there, like inviting people, do a couple of reels, like, yo, hey, we're doing this initiative, right? Hey, we have this project, 17 second, whatever we want. Wealth Wave, select. We don't even have to call it 17 seconds, or we'll do one for Celestial Springs. Yo, check out 17 seconds. We're doing this for an entire month. And we want like, like and share, we'll do like a little promo video, like and share. And we could all do our own little segments and put it into a video combination and attach the Wave token to it. Maybe too, like, yo, this is an initiative. Holding your vibration for 17 seconds, even having a little, maybe like a little sign.
It would be really just really great and beneficial, like just a frequency or a purpose or a thought or just something that we would want to like release into the ether that would help and be beneficial, just a common purpose that be. There was some studies done. They actually got these centers all over the world, believe it or not, that they the same way they measure like seismic activity and earthquakes and things like that. So they have these systems of measuring frequencies and vibrations and the actual electromagnetic field of the earth. And like you can go and look up the documents and shit yourself and see the huge like spikes during like 9/11, say for instance, right? That was such a huge traumatic like world-changing event that it lowered the frequency of the entire earth. Like not a little, like a huge noticeable amount. And there was this, I can't remember their names, but they started experimenting with this thing. So they had 3,000, I think, people that all got together and like meditated and like had focused thoughts, and they were actually able to measure the frequency of the whole earth rate.
Listen, we need to. I have visions of this stuff like that, and also doing like a battle meditation. Like, why don't we do that? We have a little sequence, like the 17-second tribe, right? 17-second tribe, and then move it into battle meditation, vibration, and everybody that has their 24 or whatever it is that they do to lift their vibration. We intentionally get together. We could go like we're doing live and have people click in and like, yo, like, share, and just being there. Like there's already a whole groups doing, similar things, but we all, even, it doesn't matter people are doing similar things. It matters that we're all resonating, and we all, when we come together, we transmute, we create a whole new vibration, or there's a whole new thing that happens.
That's all we got to do. Increase the positivity, and you increase the production.
Yeah, in every unit of every tribal unit that's doing that adds to a different layer, because there's multiple layers. We need to get out of, oh, well, someone else already doing that. No, they're not doing it with our chemistry combination, because we're all unique.
Yes, you can. Most people think that they even the people that believe in a superhero, they don't believe it could be them. It's not me. Yeah, somebody could fucking come and do some shit, right? Donald Trump's he could fix shit. This other guy could. Elon Musk, but they don't believe them.
Yeah.
One fucking person changed the world and make a difference.
Literally, like
four guys. The Mongols were nobody. They were a nomadic tribe that fucking warred with each other. They literally tribe against tribe. Genghis Khan came along and they conquered the whole fucking world. And then he died, and they went back to nomadic tribes killing each other.
Yeah.
Alexander the Great conquered the whole world. And he was just Napoleon, same thing. Very strategic, right? Thinkers. Willing to get out there and just try some shit and suffer and just stick it through the mud. You know what I'm saying? But the whole point being, one man changed the whole world.
Yeah.
And if just 3 people thought that they could be that one man, that's 3 men. That's 3 men. And there was none.
Yeah. We are all superheroes on our coherent vibrational plane. We are literally individual and collectively on that vibrational plane. Like we all have an assignment. We're already programmed to do this.
But then nobody does that though. The only people that work together and trust each other and try to do shit are successful people, or people that are trying to be successful.
Yeah. Because they have to redefine what success is. They have to redefine what success is. Like what is what does it feel like?
Some type of a growth. Those are the only people that work together.
Yeah. You can't, and this is the thing, this is why resonance is so important. You can't intellectualize everything. You can't intellectualize everything. You need to have both. Intellectualizing things is wonderful for explanation, but there's some things that don't even need to be explained, and maybe can't fully be explained because it's all resonance.
Yeah, sometimes you can't put it into words because there aren't words.
Yeah.
Maybe figure out a sound.
A sound. Yeah, exactly. A sound. Yeah.
Resonance. I'm gonna actually, I think I'm gonna get those other. I'm gonna try that Tesla circle out. The sound circle that Tesla had. Have you heard about that? I got all the documents and stuff to set it. You arrange 5 speakers, and each one of them are going to be tuned to a different frequency. And so you got to arrange them specifically, like in like this pattern, and they got to be spaced exactly like the same, like length apart.
Okay.
And all the specific frequency, and supposedly the center of that circle. So you face them all in toward each other in like a circle. And supposedly, if you stand inside that circle with all those frequencies, it literally will regenerate and heal the cells in the body.
Can you imagine even doing 4 corners of your room or wherever, or as many, like, it's going to do the same thing. It's going to do the same thing.
I can adjust the kilohertz of the frequency that comes through it, and so I can set it to like 44.1 or 96 or whatever, and I definitely can tell. You can tell like a difference. It's weird.
And check this out. Imagine drinking, crystals hold vibration. Imagine putting the crystals that can go in water, because there's some that can't, that you let sit in the sun or in the moon. Then you drink that water. You bathe in that water. Then you leave that water. You also have water that has crystals in it. Then you have all that. You use your twin forks, and you have that too. Bro, running water or just water right there. Can you imagine that?
Yeah.
Can you imagine? Because water is living too active, so it can draw stuff out. Then you can just empty it out, or it can just imagine just leaving your room playing like that. You walk in, the resonance is there. How cleansing! Oh, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do that.
Yeah, we got to figure out either, because that's what they're really starting to do, like the nano shit and the smart dust, shit like that, the chemtrails. I mean, they're just spraying all kinds of shit. And it all, like, some of it is just cloud seeding, right? Some of it is just to make it rain, right? Some of that shit is to make it, and then some of that shit is to soak into the environment and, like, fucking, ingest into your body type shit.
Right.
That's crazy. And my whole thing is I don't fucking know which one it is. I don't know if you're just trying to make it rain or if you're trying to put nanoparticles in my body and control my thoughts. Right. So I just rather you not do either. And they're always it's ironic, they always got a war games or a training simulation or some shit like that going on when these events happen. Right, 9/11, oh, we was just training for a plane crashing into a building, but you missed the fucking only one that did.
Yeah.
Or didn't.
Or didn't.
They fucked up when they showed that live news film from the helicopter. That's the one thing that just dead to rights gave it away right there. And the byproduct from the demolition charges. It's kind of hard to fucking explain that one.
I don't understand why we the people, we feel like we're so powerless. Like, even with COVID, they're telling you they created the crap. They created it. I remember talking to someone who was in a CIA, or he was high up, and he was telling it that 2019, COVID-19, they've been working on this for over 100 years. Why is it that we just shrug it off like, oh, there's nothing we can do? But we put our feet down, we put our foot down for other things, but we're not putting our foot down. We're not really doing anything about this because we're so distracted, we're so busy. But then we're like, okay, let's get rid of the government. Listen, man, Daphne and I were just talking about it. People are so unlawful. What happens when we get rid of a government, when people can't self-govern themselves? That's why we have laws. Because laws are for the unlawful. Laws aren't for the lawful. They're for the unlawful. Because you have no discipline. Because you have no balance.
Right. That's the thing people don't realize is they act like the laws is what saves you.
The law does not set you free unless you allow it to work for you, or unless you work with it. Like, right, you have to obey the laws of the universe. Unless you allow it to work for you, the laws will never set you free. Even down to the whole thing, the whole all the stuff that you and Hikmah do, and we are getting in line with just the whole being sovereign. Like, if you don't utilize the laws the right way, you're not going to be free. That's on all levels.
And then that's the thing, where this is headed now, if you don't establish your sovereignty now, it's going to be a whole lot fucking harder because everything's moving digitally. Everything's getting away. I mean, every fucking bill you have, I know me personally, I still get all my shit paper sent mail. And every time I log on to an account, they're trying to go paperless. They don't want no kind of physical, like, paper with signatures and shit that I can hold in my own document. They want some shit that's online digitally that they can just hit a button and wipe clean.
And track.
Block out. Yeah, that's what, right? They don't want anything. So you gotta understand, a lot, really, and nobody's paying attention. And that's the sad part. It's scary. It's all this shit that you got. They're not stupid people. Like, these people can remember lineups from sports teams from 50 years ago. They can remember whole entire, documentary style like information about celebrities. They can like tell you every zodiac sign and its little cheap little, you know, knockoff horoscope type shit about it, but can't tell you none of the actual real fucking valuable information that comes from. But it's the whole point is they got their head filled up with all this useless shit. It's very capable. It's got the same computing power as you, but they're filling it up with junk, spam mail and shit. It's so crazy. And
you reap what we sow. It's like, be not in denial. We always reap. We hate that term. I used to make me so nerve-wracking. Like, we reap what we sow. That's why it's so
it's that simple.
So intentional. Yeah.
If you're spreading kindness and shit, usually you'll get that in return. The problem lies in sometimes you're not going to get it from who you thought you were going to get it from. Sometimes, are doing better. People that you expected to vibrate higher and come along are the exact ones that fucking remove themselves because they can't vibrate at that frequency anymore. You're not in tune with those people anymore. And then it'll be like some new whole business relationships or a friend or just experience that comes along that, you know, like you didn't expect. So that's the thing too, is people hold on to the past because they think that's what they're supposed to do or you know, but shit, sometimes like the universe will give you a chance to do what you need to do. And if you don't, what's going to do it for you?
Yeah. It's just a listen, the universe is us, right? And we are, it's almost like we have like a already pre-activated self-sustaining ecosystem that includes filtration and cleansing. Like, and the thing about being in heart coherence, again, is that you can level up at the same time. Being heart coherence also allows you to acknowledge sometimes it's not about the other person's not, well, it is. They're not where you're at, but it's not a bad thing. It's okay, it's time for them to go on their way to do this function, and you still are affiliates. You could still affiliate.
Realize we are all on our own life path. Even when we're together. And it's so crazy that they try to promote this thing. It's like this marriage is just this unity of now we're this one thing. No, we're not. We are two people. Because that's what got everybody so fucked up in these relationships. Is they believe that makes you.
Yo, bro, check this out. I just had a vision. It's like this. When you get married, you're like, okay, they forget that you have the center of the plane, right? That's your oneness, the center of the plane. But you have a wing and your spouse or significant other has a wing. If you absorb one side, you only have one wing, that plane is not going to fly correctly. So if you have both wings in good shape, then you can go straight, you can fly because you are aligned. Aligned lives matter. All lives matter, but aligned lives are significant. They are able to do what they're not dysfunctional.
Think about it. Doesn't it mean more to know that this is a person that doesn't need me, that doesn't owe me anything, that is not obligated to me in any sense whatsoever, and yet here they are, right here by my side anyway. They don't have to be. They could do anything else. They have their own life. They're their own person. No obligation, and yet they're still here.
Well, it's resonance. It's resonance. I mean, there's like a subtle. It's a silent obligation, meaning that they have an agreement within themselves that they're committed to being in alignment. That's marriage. That's oneness. That's
we're finding a way to vibrate at a light frequency, even though we don't have to. That's a choice. Like I'm choosing to vibrate with you, and you're choosing to vibrate with me, and we're choosing to vibrate together. And at any time that one of us decides not to, it's off tune, man. You can hear it. It's just like hitting a sour note. Immediately, like, oh man, that shit was sounding good as fuck, but that shit was terrible. What do you do? Why do you do that? Don't do that again.
And innately, like we are kind of like
Out of tune, man. Everything's out.
If you don't have a self obligation, a commitment to being your brother or your sister's keeper, treating your I mean, it goes back to Daph and I always talk about the 10 Commandments. Love yourself as you love your neighbor as you love yourself. Like if you don't understand, and most people don't, they don't understand love. They don't understand they're loving themselves. That's the whole thing. There's so many loving yourself so you can love your neighbor. You must love yourself properly. You must be loving yourself properly. Also means letting people love on you.
Right. You got to be worthy of love. You got to feel, you know what? I deserve it. I deserve to be loved. I deserve respect. I deserve, you know, I don't have to be insecure. I don't have to feel, you know, none of those things that you everybody either trapped or scared to do new shit or whatever it is. It's all the same shit. The relationships. If your relationships aren't working out, guess what it is? You ain't got your mind right yet. You're probably not healthy.
You must know that you're programmed to be you are already encoded with worthiness to be loved.
You are God and Jesus and the earth and the nature and the universe and all that, all together, literally.
Yeah.
Like eyes, you can see God. You know, you can talk to Him. You know what I'm saying? You can feel it. Pray and meditate. Tell me if you feel something similar.
Mm-hmm.
I know I've done it both sides. I've prayed and then I've literally meditated, and I've done it so much that I've realized, you know what? Hell, it's the same thing.
Yeah.
This is the same. Okay, if you were talking to God and you're praying in a traditional Christian sense, or even a Muslim, let's talk about the Muslims. They go like super hard with the prayers. Like literally, if you are going to do the whole, like, I've seen it get like real crazy over some people disrespecting that. Yeah, not enough. If you around some serious like Muslims, bro, you're gonna shut the hell up and let that shit go on. You ain't gonna disrespect their sacred time at all. If there's some real ones, but like it's still the prayer is you either thanking or being grateful or just showing gratitude to the universe or to God for the things that you have, right? Or, you know, most Christians are praying for, you know, what they want or what they, you know what I'm saying? And then same thing with meditation, man. You're meditating, you know, you're either trying to become one with nature, right, and respect and show your gratitude for all that nature, you know what I'm saying, has produced, or that God has given you, or, you know what I'm saying? It's the same thing.
Right.
Prayer is prayer, and it's all a connection to God. You don't find it in a book. You don't find it in a church. You don't find it in another person. You find it within yourself and within the universe and God and nature. And you got to realize it's all kind of the same thing. You're going to die.
On the lights. Turn on the lights.
The night, carbon, and all the other things that is going to fertilize the soil of the earth. And then that is going to be used to then produce another form of life, either be a tree or a plant or maybe another organism that's going to produce another form of life, right? And
yeah, your essence is
and we're all made up of
produces
protons and electrons, and those things behave a certain way, and when you get down to the quantum level, they behave a whole type of fucking way that don't make sense to a lot of fucking people. And I've traced that shit down so far that it even measures with the clocks and try to predict where their electron would be. And that's pretty fucking weird. I gotta be honest, like, I don't really, I made it through the book and understood it completely, but every time I've tried to tell somebody about it, I realize I sound like absolutely ridiculous because it really doesn't make sense. That quantum mechanics and physics shit gets out there, man.
mm-hmm.
But it makes total sense to me. I don't get it. There's a couple other people that get it, Josh and Hickman. They both kind of just understand this, but most people really like. That's some even intelligent people that kind of get science and shit can't really explain a lot of that shit, and it don't make sense.
Mm-hmm.
And basic principles that just observation, which something to be measured, it absolutely does affect the behavior of the electron and the particle and wave functions. So that ultimately, like, has an effect and can determine, or at least, persuade in some way whether or not, like, you're in particle or wave form, which is going to alter everything in reality. And so if it's measurable, there's got to be something to fucking measure it, right? So that goes back to the whole because that's the whole debate with the quantum physics, is whether observation means, like somebody watching it, or, and they boiled it down to, like, the definition means something that's measurable. But if it's measurable, something's there to measure it. Otherwise, there's nothing to measure it by or with. Like, so it still boils down to a consciousness has to be involved, and if it is involved, it fucking changes the whole fucking. That means that my consciousness can directly create or at least influence my reality and everything in the universe.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Very.
Yeah, exactly. Like, does your experience and reaction, does it have any GMOs in it? Is it raw and organic, or
That's the
is
thing,
it?
man.
Mm-hmm.
His body is filled with fucking all kind of shit that's not real. It's like made in a lab. The meat, man, the meat that Bill Gates produces
Mm-hmm.
is grown from a immortal cancer cell line. So I think her name was Henrietta, I believe. I can't remember her last name. This is this black woman in like the 70s, I believe. And she came into the hospital with this unknown growth. It was a cancer tumor, but it had like an immortal cell line, apparently. And that's what the meat's going out of, because it just keeps producing, never dies. And then there's like, I think there's like one more case of like this other child, like a little white baby that was born not too long ago, a couple years ago. The same immortal cell line.
Wow.
Same. There's no way that I would let my children eat something that was made from an immortal cancer cell.
Wow. Wow. Yeah. Immortal cancer. Well, you know what? You know what's amazing about cancer? Cancer is also part of a filtration system.
Yeah, cancer is a mutation of your own cell.
Exactly. It's a mutation. Yeah.
Awesome shit. Your cells are going to replicate until they can't replicate anymore. And every time, it's just like you copy a CD. Like, if you got a whole, like, well, shit, probably CDs is probably bad. People don't even know about CDs no more. Anyway, you know what I'm saying? But if you're downloading like a file or burning a CD 1,000,000 times and you copy it, like, there's probably at least going to be one part of one of those CDs that skips. Or one part, there's going to be some issue or something, 1,000,000 copies you're making of this file, that something's going to go wrong with 1,000,000 copies. One of them's going to have misspelled, the name on it, or the labels. Something's going to go wrong. That's a mutation in the cells. That's simple. So over time, that's evolution, actually. That's how evolution happens. Mm-hmm. You repeat, you keep going. Oh, this one's a little slightly different. We fucked up a little bit here, but it's not like you just erased the life or the fucking mutation of the cell. It's already fucking there, right? It just keeps going, but now it's there. It's basically the same, but it's a little off. And now that replicates. right? And it might get better, the replication, because it kind of merges with another healthy cell, but it might get a little worse. But
Right.
either way, better or worse, it's going to cause what? Another mutation. And the more fucking influences you got into that system that aren't supposed to be there, or that couldn't at least naturally fucking, you know, survive or be in that environment without fucking shit up, right?
Yeah.
And that's the more fucking possible, you know, extra arm, or, green eyes as opposed to blue, or you know, melatonin, and it's like melatonin in the brain, and all that shit's like affected by shit like that. It's crazy.
Right.
And cancer is just unhealthy cells that gets out of control, then the body can't do nothing about it to stop it. And then you gotta.
You know what's crazy? What's coming to me is maybe cancer is actually more healthy than we realize, because if a person or the cell's not being productive, then maybe it's actually it's a filtration system. So it will filter out life as you know it. And as other people experience it, because you will transition. Or
take away the toxin.
Take away the toxin. Maybe
stop using microwave. Yeah. Right? Don't use a microwave. Don't radiate your food and then fucking complain about mutated cells.
And what emotionally, think about, how do we microwave our emotional substance? Let's think about that. How do we microwave our, let's think about, how do we add radiation to our emotional and spiritual, like
in a good,
what would be equivalent to that? What would be equivalent to that?
Well, I guess everything's good and bad, huh? How do you rate? I think people do that already.
Yeah.
I think that's the problem.
Self-injurious behaviors, avoidance.
Yeah, it's avoidance.
What would be equivalent to radiation?
First of all, heat and energy and all that stuff is produced actually heat and cold is pressure. That's how you actually create heat and cold. It's through pressure.
That's energy. Yeah.
And so if you keep all that emotional energy and all that shit bottled up, and you don't talk about it and you don't address it, and every time somebody does something, you get mad about it, you might bring it up, but you don't actually talk about what happened and try to get a feeling or a sense or a closure or, you know, an understanding on why you felt that way, or if they even meant for you to feel that way. Most people just feel the way they feel and then attack the person as if they're right.
Yeah, and they don't manage their feelings. And part of managing it is talking about it. Yeah.
They don't know the feelings. They probably didn't even know they did it. That's the fact of the matter. Most of the time, people are just doing them. You know, they're fucking working, or you know, they had this thing. They were about to mow the yard. They didn't fucking, you know, mean to walk by you and not pay attention. They didn't even see you. They were fucking, you know, beelining for the lawn type shit. You know what I mean? Or it's just very simple miscommunications because there's no communication.
And just unawareness, and that's why we all must extend grace to one another, because we are all we're not aware. We're not always at all times aware. No one.
Don't listen to anybody. Don't trust nobody. That motherfucker over on the next corner, he's a op. Don't fuck with him. You know what I'm saying? Don't trust your homeboy. Don't trust your girl. Don't trust your family. Don't trust nobody.
Literally, it's programmed. It's false evidence appearing real. I was raised that way, and most of us were. Don't trust no man. Everyone will deceive you. Do you know how toxic? Be aware. But do you know how toxic that is? Like I get it on one level. Like, don't expect that people will not be human and make room. But to be raised in so many people, life makes people think. But when you're programmed like that, and then you have life experiences, no, you gotta tap in to tap out. Like you got to detach. You got to tune in to tune out. To like you got to go in to come out to look at everything and start fixing it and realize who you are.
Mm-hmm.
Like we must all
Yeah.
open
Yeah.
our own book.
Empirically and like lawfully, you got to do basically the same thing.
Yeah, we must all open our
But
inner
also
book.
realize yourself first.
Yeah, yeah. We must all open our inner book and read it. Like Facebook. Facebook is a direct mirror of who you are, what you project,
Yeah.
what you're projecting.
That
Even
is
if
true.
no, I'm not projecting this, I'm projecting something else. No, you are projecting a part of
No,
yourself.
you're exactly who your Facebook said you are.
Yeah, exactly. Your face in the book,
even
it is
when
a mirror.
Mm-hmm. Because the only time I use it now is to either like market or promote or network
Yeah,
with somebody.
Yeah.
And I'm not just going to network with fucking somebody over. Like I'm trying to find somebody that's doing something beneficial. It was just like doing something successful and like business related and stuff. But now I'm even kind of like, no, I want to find people like I'm past that shit. Hell, it's easy to start a business, make some money if you want to. I want to find some people that's doing that and not being pieces of shit about it. I want to find some people that's doing that and not fucking just being little quiet little sheep and just participating and, you know what I'm saying? Somebody's actually helping some people in the community and being successful. Now, that's a whole different type of person right there.
Yeah.
I mean, you in here mingling with these corrupt motherfuckers and still being successful and not being one of them. I can respect the hell out of that.
Yeah. Yeah. And the thing about, like mirror, mirror on the wall, like the thing about Facebook is no matter what you project, it subconsciously, if you're not projecting truth, you're looking at a mirror and you're trying to tell yourself that you ain't got wrinkles or you ain't got
yeah.
You are hurting. You're in
is.
constant denial. You're in which is self-injurious. It's out of alignment. It's out of balance.
Yeah, it's crazy. What it is.
Yeah.
It's delusional, sure, to say the least.
Yeah.
But that's where everybody wants to live.
Yeah. Because pain
It's easier.
brings growth and peace brings healing. And
it's hard. It's weird how people will experience that and know that, and then still the first sense or side of like pain or suffering or struggle, they avoid it and try to go against it and won't accept it and do fight against it. Like attempting it, every damn thing they can do it. Keep from just accepting it and going through it and trying to figure out the lesson.
Yeah.
Me included.
Yeah.
First thing I try to do when shit goes wrong is try to fix it. Yep.
Yeah.
Every time. First thing I do is try to fix it. Let me figure out a way to fix it and see what I can do, or what could I do better, or what could I say, or what could I bet I could fix it if I could just figure out, like instantly, straight into like go mode. Sometimes you ain't supposed to fix that shit.
Yeah.
Sometimes you're supposed to experience it.
Yeah. All pride goes, I can't say all pride because there may be there's a good esteem having this. Pride always goes before a fall. Like literally. That's why there's a lot of people in depression. They're compressing, they're suppressing.
Yeah.
They're suppressing who they really are. And it's just literally,
I always thought that anxiety and depression was like it was just like you being unhappy with who you are and your place in life and with what you got going on, and you just don't accept that, right? So you're depressed, and it's like really you're just not fulfilling your purpose. You're not You're not being as good as you could be and doing, you know, right by your own standards or the universe's, however you want to look at it, or God's. And so you look at that as anxiety or depression.
Yeah.
It's really just you being scared to just jump out there and handle your shit.
Yeah.
All right, do what you know you could, you know, do what you should do. So they say, well, I just got this depression. I've got this thing. I've got this, you know, well, I've got that medical issue that, you know what I'm saying, didn't exist until like 20, 30 years ago. You know, it's always something. Anything but the truth, which is I'm scared to do it. Straight off hell.
Anything
or don't
but
want to do it.
it's anything
Much better.
but the truth that will set you free. That's crazy.
Yeah. That's
It's
it,
crazy.
right?
Anything but the truth. That it's give me anything but the truth that will set me
a
free.
lie that'll fucking hurt the shit out of you, dude.
Yeah.
Over the truth, it'll set you free and help.
Yeah. So
and when somebody tries to say, oh, it's this, probably. Right now.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, it sucks. But it is reality. All right, so what's it doing now?
Yeah. Say it again.
I'm trying to. Yeah. Oh, yeah. You probably take it over there and plug it in. We're actually in here.
Doing the chef.
We're actually, chefing it up right now. So I just literally made a homemade barbecue sauce with all healthy, natural ingredients, of course. I did probably put way too much garlic powder, but I'm about to taste it and hopefully it's not too bad. Oh, no, it's actually amazing.
That's amazing. That sounds delicious.
Yeah, that's very,
I want
very
some
good.
chicken, barbecue chicken. Ooh, that sounds good with some avocado and some barbecue. Ooh, I want some. Oh my gosh. And some vegan cheese, because I love vegan. Have you tried the Deja cheese? You tried Deja cheese, right?
Which one?
Deja cheese. They have shredded cheese too. It's plant-based. So good.
I don't know, maybe.
It is so good. It is so good. The Jewish people have this thing where they don't mix meat with milk because it causes like major inflammatory inflammation.
Yeah, actually, I mean, you're not really supposed to drink cow's milk anyway.
Yeah.
Most literally, like we only we're able to digest it for like the last 100,000 years, or maybe like 200,000, I think, at the most. But yeah, like a lot of, that's why still most to this day most people are lactose intolerant.
Yeah. Yeah.
So many. I mean, that's literally supposed to make something turn into like 1,000-pound like fat beast.
Yeah.
Pretty crazy. Yeah. And it's so weird. I mean, we're definitely the only animal that drinks another animal's bodily fluids.
Yeah. Well,
definitely the only one.
Another animal's bodily. Yeah, I mean, well, we're animals.
There's no. And people want to argue, yeah, but a dog will, yeah, but you've never seen a dog actually go and get its own. A cat has never went and milked a fucking cow, bro.
Right. They're like, yo, the animals are looking at us like, y'all crazy. The animals are like, where they do that? Where they do that? This place, the animals are saying, this is not my home. Or where's our home? Because these creatures ain't right. They're not right. Who does that?
It's a very, very strange life now. I will say that. It, you know, and it's weird how I used to literally live that exact same way, and didn't think it was weird at all. And now I look and I'm like, what in the hell? What were we thinking? What in the hell was really going on? Why do we keep doing this? So I just stopped. I just quit. I said, you know what? I'm not lying to my fucking kids about Santa Claus. That's so stupid. You know, I'm not fucking promoting any more energy into the sacrifice of kids to fucking Moloch. Right? So I'm not doing the bullshit Christmas thing. We put up a black tree just to represent that.
Yeah. You know what it is? I believe that we're always constantly having to examine ourselves to see where we're doing that, because at all times, like we have not encountered, in our bodies at least, the wholeness of our experience. Like we haven't fully encountered that. So at all times, we again, you got to have that authenticity scale, that we have to have a personal and internal, and then you have to have a self-regulated system inside that, which I would say is the Holy Spirit or Shekinah glory or your moral compass to see. And then you have to have like a whole out external component. Accountability can't get away from it. Accountability goes back to accountability, like account your ability, accountability,
right?
Literally,
Exactly.
accountability. Do you have the are you activated in your skill set to have accountability, to take accountability? That's an ability to take account of your ability. Like,
people don't even want to acknowledge them anymore. And then they want to discredit too.
Yeah.
The whole participation trophy agenda
That's bullshit.
It's the most absurd shit ever. It ties in with the whole letting men do women's sports and that whole bullshit. That's just complete lunacy, and it's definitely like targeted at just killing any fucking sense of individuality or growth or people to do better in any way. Right? If I literally make all the fucking points and win the game, and you get the same fucking medal, well then I'm probably not going to work as hard the next time. I ain't give a shit for it.
Exactly.
And you got to literally act like you did it.
You have to be a window licker.
Yeah. So that kills growth right there.
Yeah.
Just that alone.
Mm-hmm.
And then you've got any time that a woman would be empowered, and now you let a man come in there and just completely take that from her. That's fucking retarded. And what kind of man would do that shit anyway?
Well, it's happening over and over again.
Turn into a woman and
it happens at all times because it's transferred, because most men want power and control, and the only way they really get it is usually, and then you have to ask yourself, what's the fruit of that? Why do you want power and control? For what purpose? Usually, to control women who
I never tried to control people though. I always thought that was bullshit.
Yeah, exactly. People are conscious and aware, like, nah, man, that you have resonated with the truth that we need each other. We're not here to control each other. We're not here to
like we either need each other or we're choosing. We value each other enough to choose to do this together.
Be my partner.
Right, it's a choice.
Yeah, exactly. It's an opportunity. It's an opportunity to literally unwrap your gifts and help them unwrap. You guys unwrap each other's gifts, like Christmas, right?
You can help me grow. I can help you grow. I mean, at the very least, we were able to get some benefit from the relationship.
Can you imagine that? Like a relationship is about helping each other unwrap each other's gifts. Go inside the box. Like we help each other. That's what a relationship is. You come together, you bring your gifts together, and then you help each other unwrap. And some of them are big, huge packages that have layers and layers and layers of boxes.
That they're holding on to, right? That's the more important thing. You know, you be there through the little times they have. That's the thing. everybody wants to act like the relationship only matters when everything is great and everything's going the right way and everybody's getting what they want. And, you know, that's all great, except for the man don't ever really get what he wants, because his job is to make sure that everybody else is getting what they want.
Mm-hmm.
That's the job of the man. I got to protect you to make sure that you feel safe. I have to provide to make sure you are provided for. I have to teach so you learn. I have to literally support so you can grow and do your, you know, those are all things I have to do. Right? And I have a child and a family and a wife in a home, and I care about that shit. Well, I mean, I really don't have time to fuck off with my buddies. Right? I don't really have time to go fishing all the time. I don't really have time to go chill at the club every weekend.
Yeah, what are you getting out of it? Where are you placing your energy? Like, what are you getting out of it?
You can't do both.
Yeah. You can't serve two masters. You will definitely.
But you can't do both.
No, you cannot. You will definitely love one and hate the other.
Bring into that.
Yeah.
That's the only way. Family, you gotta otherwise, like what you want to do has to be with the family, or you have to get the family to come and be a part of what you like to do too.
Yeah.
It's a simple thing, man. It's just leverage. It's just cooperation. It's, hey, I'm gonna fold a little and be submissive in this fucking little thing, so you can, you know, have that. But you're gonna be a little submissive in this thing, so I can have this, and we're gonna figure that out. We'll work that and balance it out.
If I can't handle you at your worst, I don't need you at your best.
That's true. Yeah, I don't even want you at the best. It's like, if the worst is like gonna be like that, that's crazy. As soon as the shit is not the best, now it's over type shit. That's no, thank you, because literally I'll do great and just stay that way.
Yeah,
right? Or I'll go through my heart like I normally do with self-reflection, which is what you got to do anyway.
Rebuild yourself.
Right, and then I'll come back stronger and better.
Like all men do.
Right. Yeah, I think women do that too. You know, when they go through a breakup, they go through their little phase where they're like, fuck that. You know, fuck that dude and fuck men and blah, blah, blah.
Yeah. It's all hurt. Like, yeah, it's part of the healing process. You just can't get stuck in it.
Loyal too.
Say it again?
Yeah.
Most men are toxically loyal.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep, they're not pieces. Yeah.
I've never met a woman that's been toxically loyal.
Right. That is true. Most women have been, they'll get to the point where, you know what, I won't. Yeah. What I want matters more than this.
Yeah.
But
and faithfulness too, like it's not really
a woman's taught what to look for in a man, but not how to treat him. And a man is literally taught like how to treat a woman, but not like how to teach a woman how to treat him.
What's your view on that?
It's the same thing. It's a yin yang. They're both taught. Yep. They're both taught the same thing in different ways. It's so inverted.
It's someone else about your relationship with the one. That's an intimate thing between you and that person.
Yeah.
Who the fuck has an opinion matters other than me and you?
Right.
Nobody.
Yeah.
Why are we even talking about that? Why is anybody else even talking about what we got?
Our relationship.
I think that is the craziest thing ever. First thing people want to do is go talk to their buddies, go talk to the sister, the brother, the mama, and Facebook. God damn, man. Some of the shit people be putting on Facebook. It's just, oh my goodness, you literally just aired the entire, the whole thing, right?
Yeah. Did you even wash your laundry before you put it out?
Like, wow. And then you got to get back together after that and got to go show your face in front of everybody.
Yeah.
That's Jerry Springer. Insane.
That's how I felt all the time with Amanda.
Absolutely insane. But whatever, man.
Mm-hmm.
That Facebook, man, that social media shit's some weird shit.
It's horrible.
It's bad. It really is. It'll get you in trouble without you even knowing it. Yeah, you don't even know. You're like, what in the hell? What happened? What are you talking about? What do you mean? That shit's
Yeah.
crazy.
I get it.
Yeah.
We must all, I'm thinking about accountability again. I'm thinking, accountability is it, like I said, it's the ability to self-manage your own account. We talk about private banking, right? Private banking. What is that?
That's like the ultimate form of private banking.
Yeah. Yeah. Private banking.
But I think most importantly, man, take accountability for setting your boundaries.
Yeah.
Because here's the thing, I know I do it when I love somebody, especially if I care about you, I'm harder on you, I expect a little more, but I also
More lenient.
I will let shit go because I care about you.
Exactly.
Right? I will give you another chance because I love you. I will, I really suck it up sometimes. Like if I care about you like that, I might let you be a piece of shit for a minute. You know what I mean? Just because I'm like, damn, I know you can do better, bro.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
You got to set your boundaries and then keep them. Really, that's doing anything.
That's hard to do. That's hard to do a lot of times.
It's hard to love somebody, care about people, help people, not be offended.
As far as relationship was, I'm sticking to it. Like I'm sticking to my guns.
I mean, how many times you said that? Every time.
Well, I mean, this time I've been.
Yeah, man. Well, hey, you know what? I don't think breakups ever got better.
Yeah. Well, and I know that.
And I know I've definitely said the same thing after every one. Never again. And then you meet someone and you change your mind.
Mm-hmm.
And then,
well, no,
you meet them for real and try to change your mind back, but too late then.
Yeah, no, I'm saying like setting my boundaries.
Yeah,
like all of them, keeping respect and all that,
Yeah.
Like I'm
well, those should be like pillars.
Right. That should be
because the moment you let that slide,
that's when they jump all over you.
That's for anybody though, whether you're a man, a woman, gay, whatever, don't matter. Right? The moment someone realizes that they can do you like that and you don't get offended and you don't like actually do anything about it, well, the next time it's not so, it's not so hard to do. Well, I already know you ain't gonna do nothing about it. If you don't do nothing the second, third time, well, shit, damn sure know now. That's to make this happen. Now, a year down the road.
Me and Michelle.
Well, yeah, there you go. Crazy shit, right?
Yeah.
Weird. Yeah. And this is also when I think about I'm thinking about private banking and the ability to take accountability and social scoring. Like literally, social scoring is real. As we know, it's in China. It's going to be, they want it everywhere. So your ability to take accountability and review and examine and review, it all is connected. We want to think it's different. It's all connected. Nothing is separate.
You're not supposed to hire an attorney. You're not supposed to go. You're literally supposed to govern yourself. You're supposed to take care of your own affairs. You're supposed to handle everything privately through contracts. You're supposed to do a whole lot of shit that, never mind, people don't do. People have never fucking heard of.
Yeah.
Right. That's the part. That is the part that is the real problem.
Yeah.
If people actually knew not only who they were and what they were capable of, and the shit that they can literally do right now.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know how to pay attention.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can do anything now. This is the information age.
Yeah. Information apocalypse. I heard that. Information apocalypse.
Now, but they're gonna hit a reset very soon.
Information. Listen. It's information apocalypse. So much information, it makes you dizzy and confused and overwhelmed. How is that? Listen. How is so?
I don't understand when people are like, but I don't know how. What do you mean?
Yeah. Well, some
really
people don't.
Do well, I don't know how. What you should have, if you really need to do it, bare minimum, you should have at least watched the video
or ask somebody
or found somebody that fucking knows how and ask.
Well, they don't know that they do know how. They do know. It's just that they've been hijacked. Some people have been hijacked. They've been hijacked. Some people have been
Yeah.
forcefully. Well, we already know people have been hijacked. Like we have to, even when we think about slavery and just different ways that people are enslaved. Listen, they were hijacked. Some people were hijacked. They don't even know that they're hijacked. And that's why I believe we're all here to help each other remember things. We're here to spark some people stay sleeping.
Aware, make people aware.
Yeah. Awareness, being awareness, because
But the problem is, how do you make everybody aware when everybody's different and paying attention to something different?
Heart coherence. Just like there is a forceful taking.
You got to walk it yourself.
We must find people like us, gravitate. We have to see when we do our work somewhere, we're coherent, we signal. Say that again.
I'm convinced you attract.
We do. You literally, we have a signal.
You have divine purpose. You fulfill it. There's no way we don't. And you attract other people doing it.
Yeah, we have vibration and frequency. There is no way. How could you not believe in attraction? Attraction. You're attraction. Traction.
Yeah,
you're trying to find something.
It's funny how people even listen to the words they say.
We don't. A lot of times we don't. Because programming.
People use
that's why you have to
words
be intentional.
all day and never have even looked at the definition.
Yeah. Let our
That's
intentionality be your
whole
vitamin.
Is based on words that they've never vetted or verified.
Yeah.
They never even checked to see if it really was what they were told.
Yeah. Yeah. We need to make
we can't be
letter.
I'm sorry, guy. You seem like a nice guy, but
what is window liquor?
Never even checked to see if that word means it. So you know what? I don't need to be communicating with you too much. Because you might think that apple means pelican.
Mm-hmm.
Depends on who told you. And what he fucking knew. And whether he read. Or if he was a window. Who he listened to. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's crazy. You know, I think women win in most breakups because they're smarter.
Yeah.
Well, see, I rebuttal to that. I think men are both smarter and dumber at the same time. Like we have more of a larger portion of the scale.
Think so?
Oh yeah, because I mean, just think about the dumb shit that we do.
We do a lot of really stupid shit.
And think about all the really badass smart shit that we do.
That's true.
But even that statement is the beginning of knowledge, because isn't it always the more we know, the more we realize we don't know. I've had many periods. I feel like I'm in a period now of like
win though. Maybe.
Yeah, like I don't know anything. And guess what?
I don't
like the more we know, the more we realize we don't know. I go through these periods all the time, like I don't know anything. That's why I'll just be quiet. I just won't say anything. Like, but yet, every experience is like.
I don't know why people argue about stuff they don't know.
It really, I don't know why people argue about stuff that they do know, because the more you know.
Every time I do that,
there has to be a balance. There has to be a balance.
I'm like, what am I? You're right. Every time I argue about something that I know, and I'm talking to somebody that I realize does not know what they're talking about, and I'll keep arguing, and then eventually I'll just get to the point where I'm just like, what am I even doing? Obviously, he knows he doesn't know what he's fucking talking about, and he's still going with it. What am I doing?
Yeah.
She said, don't argue with the idiot because the bystander can't tell the difference.
In a way, too, if you think about it, the more you argue with a person who doesn't know, shows you also, it's a reflection that you don't know. You also don't know on a level, like you don't also know the extension of what you know.
Yep. That is a very good point, because that's what it usually happens is when I realize I'm arguing about something I know, I stop arguing and I'm like, I know what the fuck I'm talking about. Fuck this, I ain't got time for this.
Yeah.
Try to help him. I'll walk away.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah,
Hey,
yeah.
that is well, in itself, and
Yeah.
a very strong trait to have. Well, the ability to just stop.
And not judge yourself and be
To just
comfortable
stop, walk
in that
away, or not
process.
be accountable, or
Yeah.
feel obligated, or
That's a
it's
superpower.
okay for people and you not respond.
Yeah, it's not it's not my responsibility for somebody else to get it or not get it or whatever.
Yeah, it's
And
really just a
regardless of what
matter of,
you ever did, I
yeah,
can do what
right.
How I feel is feels how you feel, and nobody can tell you otherwise.
That's true. But the people need to realize that your feelings are only real to you
Exactly.
right then. And that's the thing. Only to right then at that moment. You
Yeah.
cannot base all of reality off of one feeling at one particular moment in life.
And like Daph and I were talking earlier, like there's a lot of she used a scientific term. I was talking about it one way, and she was the law of polarity, was it not love, like things are going on at the same time. So there is truth that we all resonate right in that moment, that is like factual, that can move things. And when you're listen, at all times, right? It says when two agree, whether it's for good or bad, it can move mountains. It can move mountains. It doesn't matter. Like, so at all times,
what you choose to believe
it's about resonance.
real.
It is about resonance, but it's and etc. etc. It's about resonance, etc. etc. Because resonance is the essence. Like resonance is the unseen. It's not until it's manifested, the unmanifested, and there's more unmanifested than is manifested. Can you imagine whole galaxies of unmanifestedness, and that we're here to manifest the most amazing,
whole entire universe,
which is literally just bringing it into form in this reality, in this dimension. But then on another level, I believe that we are living in a shadow experience, and we're already where we want to be. And it goes back
I believe in the multi-world, many worlds theory. I really do. It makes sense.
Multiverse.
Yeah, same thing. But if everything is happening right now all at once at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
So right now there's an alternate dimension with everything exactly identical to this one, except we didn't do the Zoom call tonight.
Or it's 2 inches to the left.
Or 2 inches to the right.
All of the above.
Instead of a blue one.
Or we're all puppets.
Yeah. Or we have hot dogs for fingers.
Yeah. And what's interesting, and why we can believe this to be true for people who have a hard time believing in dimensions, our body in its whole makeup is multidimensional, right? We got blood, we got veins, we got cells, we got muscle, we got joint for cartilage. Those are different dimensions. They're different.
Fish and water is an entirely different dimension. You can't go exist down there.
Yeah, well, like we're in space to them.
Yeah, a fish thinks we're fucking in outer space. Think about that. They're underwater. We think they're beneath us. Like, there's a lowly fish. And they're probably thinking we're fucking aliens. Or gods, one of the two. Or maybe they talk to dolphins and they know what's up. Dolphins are smart as shit. You know, they used to let pregnant women go and be with the dolphins because the dolphins could communicate with the babies, like with their sonar and echolocation. Now they stop.
Sound
and
resonance.
Then in some places, it's illegal to talk to dolphins.
Yeah. Sound, tone, frequency, vibration, frequency, resonance. It's resonance.
I'm telling you, every creature has some form of addiction or substance abuse.
Some vice.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Every single person has some kind of it. That is the whole thing.
Get high on pufferfish.
Dolphins take pufferfish, get them all pissed off, and use their venom.
Yeah, dolphins get high on pufferfish venom.
Yeah. Listen.
What's the little miniature kangaroo?
The wallabies.
The wallabies. Yeah, they literally they're opiate addicts.
Parrots eat a pot in Afghanistan until they die.
Until they die.
Until they die.
They literally die of opioid. I guess overdose.
Because they don't eat. That's all they eat. Just the poppy plant.
Yeah,
The flower.
crazy.
Yeah.
So it's not. And then that's the thing. All these drugs and shit and pharmaceuticals and everything that actually does work is made from a plant.
Everything's made. Every pharmaceutical is made from a plant, pretty much.
Yeah, except for all the other shit they put in it, petroleum and filler and chemical and every active. That's why I say everything that works, every active ingredient in a dietary supplement, every active ingredient in a medicine, every active ingredient in a narcotic, everything that actually works is made from the earth, man.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Food is medicine.
Even if it's tampered with by man.
People don't even know broccoli.
Yeah.
That's just fucking crazy little thing right there. I didn't know that for a long time.
When I was little, I thought cauliflower was unfertilized broccoli.
Oh, yeah. I thought broccoli was like a naturally growing organic like fucking substance.
Yeah.
Well, you know why plants or fruit don't have seeds in it anymore, right?
Oh, yeah, they definitely engineered.
Because it's non-heirloom, so you can't plant them and make more.
Yeah. And Monsanto's literally used that and stole people's farms because they had theirs patented. They went and flew their planes up farms and dropped their seeds, and when they tested the corn, it had their fucking patented genetic makeup, and they were able to fucking say that they stole their fucking shit and seized their land.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And Monsanto's
Del Monte did that same thing.
Monsanto's like the biggest fucking food producer in the world.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Also responsible for all those roundup deaths.
Yeah.
And every drug that's ever been banned by the FDA was first passed and regulated and said it was fine to use by the FDA.
Yeah. Yeah. I believe we're all addicted. I believe we are all addicted to something. Because, and the reason why I believe this is because that again, it's designed that way too, in a way. The opportunity to be addicted means that you need to be willing to be accountable, and we need to cultivate interdependence. We need to accept interdependence because it is a factor. So it works the way you work it.
Be happy with nothing. Huh? Because then you can really be happy.
Well, and I like to say, I would say it this way. I would say, be happy with not being attached, knowing that you're connected to everything. If you're connected to source everything is created and connected, then if you can be content with not being attached to an illusion, it's an illusion. And that's why we always have to chat, man, every moment, maybe 3 times a day. Yo, am I being attached to an illusion? Where am I? Not am I, not where. No, it's not am I. It is where am I being attached? Like a 3 time a day check. Like take your medicine check. That's what we need to do to clear the field. Until,
probably start by
Mhm.
damn. I don't know. What did I do when I get the diet, really? Diet and exercise, and then all the other shit just started happening. The mind cleared up, my thought process improved, reaction time was faster, and then I just started to have more confidence.
Mhm.
But I've always been active and stayed kind of healthier, so I've never had a problem with confidence.
That's wonderful.
Really,
You,
and nobody's pretty.
yeah. You know, and I think that maybe I used to think I had a confidence issue and maybe a little bit, but you know what it is? It's more so a suppression issue. It's a suppression issue. And yes, it's confidence, but confidence is multi-tiered too. Are you not confident with the fact, and are you not secure? Do you not feel safe in your own power? Because maybe you feel like it's going to be like a wildfire, or like there's so many different levels to it. And so that can be, that suppression, sometimes it needs to be contained so that you can evaluate it. And that's again where accountability and interdependence comes in. Interdependence, accountability, so you can really examine. And that's why conversations like this is so important, in accountability sessions, right? Because you can be afraid of yourself. You can be afraid of your own power. False evidence appearing real. Yeah, false evidence appearing real that you fear. False evidence appearing real. Instead of saying, you know what? I'm gonna face myself and rise. I'm gonna face myself and rise. That I am encoded with the ability to balance out my own power, along with my own personal reactions to my power. Because that's the thing. Like, that's why people suppress sometimes. They may not, I believe and I'm just thinking about myself. I walk into some rooms, my power coming out of my body so strong, I sit back. It's almost like an aroma. Like, I sit in the back because I'm aware and I'm already like thinking, oh, I don't want to offend. I don't want to take someone out of their element because they were not ready. They were not ready. But it's not my job to do that. But so many do that. But it's almost like, well, that's an act of courteousness. No, it's an act of self-injurious behavior, and it's an act of retaining gifts that were meant to be given. Because it's just like they say, when you're going to talk to someone about sales, you're going to sell a product, you're going to share a product, don't discriminate. We must not discriminate with,
no, you can't.
Racism. Say that again.
Any discrimination is the same racism.
Yeah, are you self-discriminating? We do it all the time. Are you self-discriminating? Because that is also holding yourself back. So we need to call it what it is, and then we need to change the vibration of that. Why would you be self-discriminating? Where did you learn that from? Where did you learn? Because we all self-discriminate on some level. We all do. Yeah. We all do. So that's, again, so so being mindful of even that, because self-discrimination is self-injurious behavior, which affects your self-love and affects your self-worth, because what it does is it kind of covers up the fact that you've been encoded with self-worth. It's undeniable. You're here. Your worth is here, is manifested in your human body. This is your currency. You're in a current reality. See, like how could we? Why would we allow the
Why don't we allow ourselves-
continuous record to play. Why would you allow yourself to stay on the hamster wheel? Dude, we have hamster wheels on every level, every vibration. And it's okay to have a hamster wheel there for the hamster. What is the hamster? But you're not the hamster. And you know what? You could get on the hamster wheel, right? And run it, get some workout on. But then you got to make it work for your good.
Yeah, you jump off of it eventually and find out if you went anywhere.
Exactly. Find out how it helps you. Shoot, being on a hamster wheel is like being on a treadmill. Shoot, being on a treadmill can help us, right? Endurance, strength, weight loss, all great stuff. Yeah. But do we stay on a treadmill all day long? 24 hours? No, we don't do that.
This has definitely been a good one.
Yeah.
But we're going to have to end it.
Yeah, we have to end it, man. We could go on and on and on. I'm tired. I'm sleeping out.
Thank you. This was amazing. This is the first podcast we did since we've been back. So I will definitely get you like the replay and everything. And I will get with you in the morning. I'm sure you'll message me with a wonderful message to brighten the day.
Yeah.
Yeah. Ricky, say goodbye. Good night. Good luck. Good.
Absorb all of the abundant blessings. I challenge and encourage each and every one of you guys to just absorb. Yeah. It's already there. Absorb it. Just allow it. Allow yourself to rest in total abundance, which is your birthright, which is total alignment. It's a gift. It's presence. Yeah. It's been amazing. It's amazing.
Yes. Have a wonderful night.
You too. Bye for now. Peace and blessings.